Hello and welcome to Media Musings, anyone who is lurking in the chat and or watching in the future. So this week we are finishing off our latest season with 11 herbs and spices.
Ew.
I'm
I've already been put off chicken for at least a week. Can we not extend that, please?
Okay. But we're talking DreamWorks and Aardman Studios 2000 classic Chicken Run as a part 2 of our Yorkshire Day sandwich.
Chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
Sorry. I know I said ew and then did it myself, but yeah. So we're doing Chicken Run, right?
Yeah.
And the thing you've got to realise about Chicken Run is that it's Aardman.
Yeah.
And Aardman kind of has a reputation in the UK. It's Wallace and Gromit. It's this. It's Shaun the Sheep. Aardman has raised about 4 generations of British kids on stop motion cinema.
Yeah.
They are the stop motion sort of production company.
Basically what Leica or what Aardman is and was in the UK, Leica became in the US.
Yes. Now, the thing
so it's rather fitting that so far the only 2 stop motion features we've talked about so far are both, Aardman and Leica productions.
Yeah. Now,
go on.
Aardman also has kind of a reputation for shit that's funny when you look back on it from when you were a kid, but if you watch it as an adult, I'm really gonna admit, this is I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, this isn't quite Watership Down levels, but it is dark for a kids movie if you think about it.
Yeah, the reason we didn't find it that dark as kids, I think, is because we hadn't seen The Great Escape and we didn't understand the significance of desperately trying to escape an oven as the door was locked.
Yeah.
Or
the, significance of the shed where they're chopped having a chimney.
Yeah.
Or the fact that the farm looks like a concentration camp.
Uh-huh.
So, when I mentioned my horrific, realization that Chicken Run is either accidentally or intentionally secretly a Holocaust movie, both Noodle and I cracked up at it, and which is why it took us a while to actually put it on the docket, because we had to be able to talk about it without cracking up.
Yeah. Also, I opposed that idea initially, and now I've watched it. Because my theory was, right, this film is quite clear. Look, it's a very clear, very obvious let's call it an homage.
Yeah, an homage to the
Great Escape. Now, The Great Escape is not a Holocaust movie.
Yeah,
it's a World War II movie, but it's not a Holocaust movie.
It's a prisoner of war movie.
Yeah. So to call it a Holocaust movie, for me, if it was just a straight up homage to Great Escape, that's a no from me.
Yeah.
Right? But this movie also makes reference to things like Mission Impossible and sort of other action movies that are all action movies, but when you put them in the context of being worked until you can't work anymore and then being murdered for your meat.
And then the head of the farm, because honestly, Mrs. Tweedy is the one wearing the pants in the relationship,
Absolutely, yeah.
deciding to stop dragging it out and just get rid of them all at once by turning them into pies.
Yeah. In an automated system that's, yeah. It's, look, it stacks up.
Yeah.
Can you watch this movie without thinking about any of that? Yes. But you're gonna struggle to if you know anything about any of that.
Yeah.
It's not subtle.
No.
Yeah. Like, even the American arriving late to the party and not doing anything useful.
Yeah.
It's a direct, it's a
But
thing.
but before we get too deeply into that, we do have a late started tradition, because I'm the only atheist YouTuber who realizes that Focus on the Family has a censorship guide disguised as a review service. So we've made it a policy to take a look at their review of movies that we cover, just to bring attention to the fact that Focus on the Family has a censorship guide disguised as a review service. Now, I will say,
I mean, Clark Kent called. He wants to tell them that that's not how you do a disguise, but
yeah. I will say that, especially compared to previous movies we've covered, like, especially like Bend It Like Beckham. I'm the only one who's actually read ahead, but this is surprisingly tame and positive when it comes to a plugged-in review.
Yeah. Now, because I know where you're going with that statement, this film came out in the year 2000, folks. It's nearly 25 year old. There is also a second one in the works.
Actually, I think it's already been released. If you're because I did see or at least a short has been released that was on Netflix when I was.
I mean, it's Aardman, so
Yeah.
like a short's gonna take them 6 months anyway.
Yeah.
Because they still do all their stop motion physically. They don't do it in camera. They do it physically.
Yeah.
Like, they make the things and pose them and take the pictures.
Yeah.
And then they're neating it up with CGI later, but mostly it's, yeah.
But anyways, you were saying.
So this is the year 2000. This is right when the right-wing Christians, like, let's be clear here, DreamWorks had a let's do Christian propaganda phase.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really call it so much a phase as we courted the evangelicals to help boost our Disney Killer opening movie.
Yeah.
Because really, the only movies from DreamWorks that you can really call, Christian propaganda movies were The Prince of Egypt and Joseph King of Dreams, and Joseph King of Dreams was a direct-to-video sequel.
Can I refer you to The Divine Right of Kings, the movie, otherwise known as The Emperor's New Groove?
That was Disney.
I thought that was DreamWorks.
Nope. Emperor's New Groove was Disney.
Yes.
Emperor's
It's on
New
Disney
Groove
Plus.
looked a lot like. Wait, no, it was. No, it was. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Colonizers are okay so long as they only come in a pair instead of in a group.
Oh, yeah. Road to El Dorado.
Yeah. Brown people are so stupid they thought white people were gods when they arrived.
Yeah.
That movie.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, love that movie. Don't appreciate the politics or the insinuations of some of its implications.
Yeah. But anyways, it was released during Chicken Run was released during a period where the Fundagelicals were very happy with DreamWorks. And we're still kind of soft boycotting Disney. Like the Disney the Fundagelical Disney boycott was kind of dying down, but there was a skewed let's promote DreamWorks over Disney kind of agenda at the time.
Yeah.
So with that historical context in mind, let's take a look at what Focus on the Family has to say about Chicken Run.
Go on.
There we go. So, positive elements. Ginger rallies her comrades, refusing to give up her quest for freedom. They work tirelessly as a team to carry out their plan and rely on one another's giftedness to succeed. When Ginger is about to become a pie, Rocky rushes to her rescue, putting himself in harm's way to save his new friend. A dark secret withheld from the group leads to pain and disappointment. Parentheses, allowing parents to discuss trust and consequences of selfishly misleading others. Now, in any other plugged-in review, that probably would have gone in other negative elements.
Yeah, it would have gone in lying and...
Yeah. Audiences in the United States may bristle at Rocky being portrayed as an unreliable mercenary. Pushy Americans always late for every war.
Oversexed, overpaid, and over here.
Yes.
Which is something that was actually said about the US Air Force in the Second World War in Britain. Like, that's a thing. I'm sure Chaos will back me up on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Say. Like, that's a thing.
Still, there's an important lesson in that, including how Yanks are perceived abroad.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that they put the word Yanks in their review, like they clearly don't realize it's an insult.
Yeah. So, spiritual content. Ginger utters a sincere prayer of heaven help us. An opportunistic rat says, ask and you shall receive, which his scavenging partner notes that's biblical.
Mm.
Yeah, sexual content, none, although the hens swoon over Rocky and are eager to let him bunk with them. He doesn't. Americans are referred to as oversexed.
No, American Air Force people are referred to as oversexed.
Yeah. Violent content. Following Mrs. Tweedy's egg inventory, it is implied that an unproductive chicken gets the axe. Implied is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Implied is strong.
Implied suggests that there's any alternative reading.
Yeah. Like, as we were watching that scene, I like at the end of that scene, I straight up said, that's how you do a dark scene without being graphic.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like British children's TV especially is very good at that. Like doing dark shit and making it not like making it traumatic, but only in hindsight once you're old enough to understand what you were looking at.
Yep. Some tense moments involve the pie machine. Otherwise, physical violence is limited to mild altercations and slapstick humor. Foul language, none. Drug and
There's a lot
alcohol.
of foul language.
Yeah, it's
A lot.
I mean, there's a whole string. There's a whole string of foul puns as they're learning to try and fly.
Yeah, cluck.
Drug and alcohol content, none.
Yes, there is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's implied that, there's the cocktail joke, and
Yeah.
other negative elements. Mrs. Tweedy is clearly the villain, but her verbal abuse of her bumbling husband may still disenchant some viewers.
I need Americans to tell me what they think the word lummox means.
Summary. The Academy Award-winning team responsible for some of the funniest animated shorts ever to come across the pond scores big in their first feature film. A smart script, including clever nods to World War II flicks such as The Great Escape and Stalag 17, makes this movie sure to entertain adults as well as children. Chicken Run is also a visual delight. Park's signature formation uses stop-motion technique that, charming. By the way, fans will be glad to know that as a result of the positive response to Chicken Run, Aardman has inked a 4-picture deal with DreamWorks that will include a full-length adventure for the cheese-living inventor and his dog, Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah.
Which came out 10 years later with Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, that's 10 years for Aardman to put together a feature-length film's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not long, is it? When you think about having to do every single fucking frame, and there's 20 on British film, was it 25 or 20? Is it 25 frames per second?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just zoned back into here 25 frames per second for a moment.
That's that's the standard for British cinema. Is it 25 or 27 frames a second?
Now,
in British cinemas, the FPS is. See, I'd heard it was a little bit higher than that, but I'm not sure. Let me Google it.
I know that used to be a joke because it used to be about 5 or 6 FPS higher than the American standard, and the joke used to be that Americans were too stupid to process the extra frames.
Well, if I remember right, The Hobbit, some versions of The Hobbit released at 60 or 48 or something, and there were issues with some people getting motion sickness from it.
Yeah.
But anyways, it takes a hell of a long time to produce stop motion, which is why Leica only releases a film, every 5 years or so.
Yeah. I mean, this is not this is not George R.R. Martin being a lazy fucker.
Yeah,
this is intricate work.
And, it's basically why stop motion films are usually, one about every 5 or so years from a stop motion studio, as opposed to one every year from a more traditional animation studio.
Yeah.
Especially since it's largely more, CGI as opposed to traditional, 2D animation.
Yeah. It's for people who don't know what stop motion animation is, although you've been living under a rock.
Yeah.
You might not know because it's an older thing now. So if you're young, you might never have come across it. But what it essentially is they make the plasticine figures and they pose them, and then they take a photograph of them. Then they move them a little bit, and they take a photograph of them, and they do that hundreds of thousands of times and put it together into a film. It's like those old flip books,
or
with sculptures rather than drawn.
Or like if you see like some of those like YouTube shorts where, with action figures or usually, Lego minifigures where it's, that's stop motion.
Yeah. And Aardman are Aardman are the industry standard.
Yeah.
Here in the UK. I don't know about in the US, but in the UK they are the industry standard for smooth, almost looks like it could have been done on a computer stop motion. And this is going back to the 90s.
Yeah, for the US, it's, well, like I said, it's Aardman and Leica.
Yeah, Leica, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like if you watch Chicken Run today, as we've just done, it's smooth. There's no there's the occasional jump cut, but it's not the kind of jump cut that says, "Oh, we were too lazy to take extra pictures." It's a jump cut that's based on the cinematography of the moment.
Yeah. It's the same kind of jump cut that you'd see in a live action movie.
Yeah. For the young people, imagine trying to make a GIF from nothing but photographs. That's basically stop motion, right?
That's what a pretty apt descriptor.
Yeah.
It's also really weirdly fiddly with the plasticine.
It is, because the slightest move in the wrong direction and it just looks all to cock and it loses continuity. If you imagine just doing something simple like lifting your arm or even blinking, blink, it takes a third of a second to blink. That's 10 to 12 frames. And they have to take those photographs separately every single frame. Imagine taking 12 photographs of yourself blinking, putting them together, and then running them at normal speed.
Yeah.
That's basically what your phone camera does, folks, but in a really, really, that's how video cameras work. But to do it manually, rather than just video camera or CGI. I'm hammering this point home because holy shit, the patience required. Holy, I know where all the autistic people from the 90s work Batman.
Yeah. It did occur to me when I was doing stop motion that it felt like a thing a lot of autistic people would do.
There's no way you could be neurotypical and have the patience for that. I'm sorry. I just you got to be a specific kind of neurospicy to do that.
So basically, a passion for the craft was like old-timey speak for hyperfixation.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever met an old man with a train collection? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this again, I cannot sit here and talk enough about the sheer skill, technical brilliance, patience it requires to make a movie like this.
Yeah.
Especially because a lot of the models were anthropomorphized animals.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you not only have they got to do it, they don't even have a human frame of reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not easy. we're talking about an era where, and I don't know if this would have been around when you were a kid, Chaos. There was a kids show called was it Art Attack?
Oh, I remember Art Attack.
Do you remember Morph?
I do.
No, it wasn't Art Attack, because Art Attack was the one with the guy who had all the glitter and the toilet rolls. There was a kids art
It was.
program.
See, I remember what you're talking about, and it was because the Morph was that clay dude that was like
Yeah.
like a red orangey color with big eyes. I don't think he was Art Attack.
Morph had his own series eventually, and he's another Aardman creation. But he started out, he was very similar to like Pingu and Morph, and they used to show him, they used to cut. There was a British, I feel like How probably started out in America, because yeah, looking back on that, that was problematic. So how was this kids? It was kids. It was It was budget Blue Peter, right? Basically, it was 4 people in a white set with a white table, and however much glitter, cardboard, empty toilet rolls, and tissue paper the producer could find at the local pound shop 10 minutes before they started filming.
Yeah, it was.
But what How did was had clips of they'd go into factories and stuff and show you how things were made. Obviously on a kiddie level.
Yeah.
On a very kiddie level, and they'd only be like 5-minute shorts rather than a full 25-minute episode. But
yeah, so basically what, like, for those of for those of us who are across the pond, basically like the kind of educational shorts that were on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
From what I hear of it, yes. But there was also there was that, and then there was art, and then there was smart as well. And there were all these like artistic shows that basically were kids go nag your parents to buy you glitter so you can make a mess.
Yeah, it was.
That's what they were for.
There was also like Mr. Maker was a more recent one, I think. But Mr. Maker was basically knockoff not Panic, Art Attack.
Art Attack, yeah. Because Art Attack was Neil. I can't remember his last name, but it was Neil. Like such a British name. But it was, and he would literally just, throw some glitter on and put some glue on, and he was very... Imagine if someone gave the American Just Draw a Birdie guy 2 tubes of glitter.
So basically Bob Ross with glitter.
I mean, basically, yeah. Pretty much. Except he did that British children's presenter thing of always being overexcited, and looking back on it, you can't quite tell if he was on speed or on crack.
Yeah,
but he was on something.
So I was like, when you started to say that, I was like, oh, so Bob Ross on crack with
basically,
glitter.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And the Blue Peter presenters were known for it, like Blue Peter, they do all sorts. There was one Blue Peter presenter, there's a really famous old thing they did to give you an idea of what British children's TV is like. They sent him up Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square without a safety harness.
Okay.
Twice. Like, that was in the 80s, but still. And
safety
his cameraman had to go up there as well.
What are these safety regulations you speak of?
An American import. Like, I don't know if Blue Peter still had that reputation by the time Chaos would have been watching it.
Yeah.
But
It was very much... Blue Peter had pretty much stopped going outside themselves that much by the time I was able to substantially watch it, but they still did reruns of older episodes.
I tell you what, Chaos, I'm going to make you feel really young right now. I'm old enough to have voted for the name of the cat that they faked on Blue Peter.
Oh, that shit.
That was the big children's TV scandal, that they did a phone-in vote to name the cat, and then they rigged the vote because everyone wanted to name it one thing and they wanted to name it Cookie or something.
So basically, it was Bodie McBoatface before Bodie McBoatface.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
very much so.
And I say all this to give you a sense of what British children's TV is like. We grow up tough over here.
Yeah, like the tamest shit that I probably saw on kids' TV was Bear in the Big Blue House.
Yeah.
To be fair, there used to be a time when Bear in the Big Blue House used to be on in a morning after Grizzly Adams and Xena Warrior Princess.
I believe that.
Those were children's shows in this country. So was Hercules. And I mean children's shows as in aimed at the under 10s.
So I know this is off topic, but you know, the only really notable children's phone vote-in scheme from the U.S. Do you know what that was?
Cars for Kids, so John Oliver.
No. So you said that, you know, they had a vote-in, you know, phone thing to name the cat on their set, right?
Yeah.
So in the late 80s, early 90s, DC Comics did a phone poll to decide whether or not the Joker would kill Jason Todd.
I need you to understand that Cartoon Network in the UK and WB and what was the other kids thing, between breaks of old episodes of what's the one with the puppets and the spaceships? The old one with the string puppets. Was it Thunderbirds? I feel like it was Thunderbirds. Thunderbird 2, the
maybe.
green spaceship.
Oh, God, I haven't seen Thunderbirds in years.
Right, between old episodes of Thunderbirds used to be... You know those fuckery competitions that happen at, like, during adult TV shows where they ask a really stupid general knowledge question to get everyone to ring in and answer the question? They used to show those during episodes of Thunderbirds on the kids' movie channel, and it used to say in little writing at the bottom of the screen, if you are under 18, please seek a parent's permission before calling.
Yeah, that was absolutely necessary.
And for those of you who don't know how the story, well, who aren't aware of DC Comics, the death of Jason Todd was settled over a matter of, like, if I remember right, the difference between the votes came out to be like $1.25.
Yeah, no, so I tell a lie. The Blue Peter story was that the cat, everyone voted to name the cat Cookie, but they named it Socks, and the scandal when it got rejected, and they named the cat Socks instead, the scandal got so bad they had to buy another cat for the Blue Peter show and name it Cookie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is like national news.
Meanwhile, here the like the death of Jason Todd being a phone vote is more a bit of trivia.
Yeah, like this was 2007, and I'm just looking at an old Times and Sunday Times article. Blue Peter team asked for children's forgiveness over Socksgate scandal.
It got a gate. Wow.
Yeah, it got a gate.
New lies fiasco in Fulge's BBC as it admits rigging Blue Peter cat vote.
Like,
Was the Evening Standard headline.
I mean, not only did it get a gate, but it got a gate in the 90s when getting a gate still meant something.
No, 2007.
Oh, okay. Well, it still kind of meant something then.
Yeah, the Great Blue Peter voting scandal.
But anyways, back on topic.
Yeah. So what I'm pointing out is that children's TV in Britain is, look, they're a reason we all grow up into like alcoholic smokers with bad teeth. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. Now, and like, as we've said, you think you know how British people drink and smoke.
Yeah.
Wait till you've met a British person before you think you know, because you don't know. Like, the average Brit drinks as much as Americans think the average Irish person drinks. The average Irish person drinks more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair statement. Yeah. Now, so British TV is dark. Like, we were 4 and 5 years old in the 90s.
Yeah.
And already we were not in the age group Sesame Street was being targeted at because it was too light and it was too, like, genteel and soft.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. Like, I remember being 4 and 5 years old and thinking Sesame Street was for babies. So, you know, that's the level we're talking about here.
Yeah. I recall something similar.
Yeah. I'm glad certain things in British culture survived the turn of the millennium.
Yeah.
So this movie, the opening montage of this movie, let's be clear, is an absolute perfect homage to The Great Escape.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like solitary confinement, baseball, marks on the wall, repeatedly being captured because of trying to escape. It's all there.
Yeah. And of course, you know, because it's an animated movie targeted towards kids, you know, goofy hijinks.
Yeah. And it's a lot goofier than The Great Escape actually was.
Yeah.
Please excuse my phone. And it's very this movie does have a happy ending, like, just to put that out there, because obviously The Great Escape doesn't.
Yeah.
So, and it's gonna do, right? Because it's a kids' movie.
Yeah.
But how it gets to that happy ending is sticky. Yeah. And I'm not talking about the plasticine.
Or the gravy.
Proper gravy is not sticky. I'm from Yorkshire. I know what proper gravy is. Proper gravy. This movie, right? Okay, so we start off with The Great Escape homage, which is clearly meant to draw the parents in, right?
Yeah.
Because, and also, just quite tellingly, this is pre 9/11.
Yes.
So the attitudes towards Americans in this film, let's go thematically, like the attitudes towards Americans in this film are pretty on point for where we were as a country in about 1999, 2000.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much what we thought of America. Like the general undercurrent of bloody Yanks think they rule the world and overpaid, oversexed, and over here, and arrogant and untrustworthy. Like pre 9/11, like I can say it now because it's been like 20 years since, but from a purely PR perspective of its image, nothing rehabilitated America's image on the world stage faster than 9/11.
Yeah.
Like, America went from being the arrogant, like, up itself, upstart little country that, you know, was a little bit too big for its britches and needed to pipe down, to being the victim, and therefore, like, it was...
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of people died. It was a terrible thing. But from a purely propaganda perspective, the American propagandists certainly got their money's worth out of that.
Yeah.
And like, I feel uncomfortable even saying that, but they did.
Yeah.
And it's important that we point that out.
And
this is sort of in the very early years of broadband internet as well.
yeah.
So, like, we don't know you lot. We're on MySpace. You're on a fucking AOL chat site somewhere. Like, we don't even occupy the same internet spaces.
Hell, I mean, half of America didn't even have internet at that time.
Yeah. Like, Britain had it, but it was dial-up. Or it was very, very early broadband.
Yeah.
And, like, you think you... Remember when your phone used to go use 3G to get online and how slow that was? Dial-up was slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in America, like at that time, it was if you were upper middle class, you had dial-up.
By 2000, yeah. So I remember in 2000, it was expected that every home would have a computer that had an internet connection. But we're talking about the old brick computers, and it's a big computer. Like, the term computer room was in common parlance in the UK. We called it a computer room. You probably call it an office, a home office. We called it a computer room, and it was always like the spare bedroom.
Yeah.
Or, you know, the cupboard under the stairs that had been repurposed, or wellies had been taken out and we put a computer in there. And it was...
Well, yeah, you know, because once hold on. You know, because once the kid goes off to wizard school, there needs to be a purpose for the cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah, like he went off in 1997, so yeah.
So I mean, we had to get one in there.
Yeah. We had to. It's tradition. Drink.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're talking... We didn't have the cultural... Like, if you think about quote unquote Western culture in the world now, what you're thinking about is white American and British culture.
Yeah.
You're talking about the melting pot that is Twitter, that is Facebook, that is social media, right?
Yeah.
Like, the concept... You need to understand that this film came out in a time when that concept, the idea that Americans and Brits were fundamentally the same because we spoke the same language and occupied the same emotional, mental, and social media spaces, did not exist. Like, if you'd have asked me in the year 2000 who the American president was, I probably couldn't have told you.
So
Now, that's not because I was 7 years old. That's because we just didn't care.
you gotta, you know, say what you will about the, you know, the global war on terror, but it did bring the Anglosphere together.
this quote unquote special relationship.
Yeah.
Which, for the record, like, George, you were supposed to let Tony have a safe word.
Yeah.
Just saying, Georgie, for next time, you know. So this view on Americans as being very showy, bit of a circus act. It is about
unscrupulous and out for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, what we knew in the year 2000 about America was they think all Europeans are communists. They think they won the Second World War because they don't understand basic fucking history, and they've got more money than sense.
Yeah.
That was the general opinion of Americans. And having been to my hometown, Ring, you know that in certain parts of this country, that opinion hasn't changed.
Yeah. And I mean, given the fact that this, film is ostensibly set in Yorkshire.
Yes. I will also point out that, like, dear Americans, if you come to the UK, please, for the love of all that is holy or sacred or important, please do not sit in a room full of Yorkshire people and start offering them fucking buffalo jerky. I just at my wedding, folks.
It was venison jerky.
It wasn't fucking English meat, was it? I I still have people stop me in the street and like ask me like about that and what that was about, and if all Americans just have bottomless pockets full of like meat treats. I come from a very, it's not an insular community, but anyone over the age of about 40 don't know how to use a computer.
Yeah.
Like, and if they do, they're the exception, not the rule. And that's the thing, right? This is from an era before we were all like surgically attached to our phones, which was surgically attached to the internet, which is everyone.
Yeah.
And it makes perfect sense from a logical point of view, right? If you get two cultures that speak a similar language and you throw them together, they're going to group together, right?
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Or they're going to decide that each other is doing it wrong and declare a blood feud. It's one or the other.
I mean, why not both?
Yeah. Both is good.
But this is the thing, right? We're talking about an era, like, and bless you, Chaos, because you're probably too young to have like even been a twinkle in your daddy's eye when I'm talking about this era. But it's really important that you understand that the idea of this bumbling farmer and this woman whose greatest ambition is to make more profit on a Yorkshire farm is very, like, the idea of an automated pie machine.
Yeah.
Like, that automated pie machine is not there because that's the easiest way to make a profit. It's there because the idea of an automated any machine on a farm in the year 2000 in Yorkshire was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And was a gag.
You could say it was a gag, or you could also say that it was a statement on the existential threat that automation poses to the working classes.
I mean, yeah, because it could be, but it's also like the year 2000 is the year of the Y2K bug.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, that makes me feel old. I remember turning computers off on New Year's Eve and my dad telling me you had to turn them off and you weren't allowed to turn them on till the following day. Because if you turned them on and they were on at midnight, they'd go like kabloom or something. Like we did.
Oh no, I remember I remember that we had a store of bottled water
Mm-hmm.
for
In case something.
Yeah.
Like I remember that Christmas, my mum being like, "Don't eat all the Christmas food because if things go wrong on New Year's Eve." Like we weren't preppers or anything, but my mum made sure there was plenty of leftover turkey that year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we eat turkey at Christmas in the UK, folks.
Well, that's because you don't have a holiday around eating turkey a month prior and thus aren't sick of turkey leftovers by the time Christmas comes around.
But we've also had so many bouts of bird flu in October that like turkey's getting less and less popular. Because there's always a bout of bird flu in October. It's almost, or at least it always hits the news around October, November time. It's almost as if that would drive the price of turkey up, isn't it? Of opinions. You know, the same way the NHS has a flu crisis every September, except when the government's trying to tell us that the NHS is perfect and is going to save all our lives from COVID. You know, every year in October when it snows in Britain, it's a surprise and the whole country shuts the fuck down. It's like, this is called weather. Why can our infrastructure not deal with this?
Yeah.
Like, if Ring would like to share the story of me saying I couldn't go to work in half an inch of snow because the roads were icy and the buses weren't running. Ring's from Montana, folks.
I can count on one hand the times that school got canceled because of weather. And that was since my family had moved to Montana, because I did have like a year or two of school before we moved. And we actually
I need you to understand that it takes more than one hand to count the number of people who fell and got broken arms and legs going down the hill to my school on any given icy day when I was in secondary school.
Well, and the thing is, one was it was actually a half day, and it only got called because the pipes froze. The other
I don't think I've ever known it get so cold here the pipes froze.
The other one was while I was in high school, and it wasn't actually called because everyone who could call a snow day was on vacation. But we had a snowstorm so bad that it knocked out power for like half a day.
Right. Okay, we've never had it like that. Like, I need you to understand that over here, enough wind to knock over the green wheelie bin is enough to make the headline news.
Yeah.
I think a lot of other people at my high school probably thought I was being a bit of a wuss about it, but I had to go home pretty much every time there was snow from high school because I lived over 10 miles away, and a small amount of snow where I went to high school meant minimum 3 inches at home when I lived on top of a hill.
I had the same problem when I used to work in Bradford City Centre. The slightest bit of snow in Bradford City Centre meant the road leading down to where I live was going to be pure ice. And I had to, otherwise I wasn't making it home.
Yeah, because buses aren't going to run.
Yeah, because buses are not running. The taxis won't go down there because of the black ice.
So here's the worst bit about that the snowstorm that was so bad that it would have actually cost a snow day if there were actually people on duty to call it. I was like really hyper that morning, and didn't I didn't like I woke up early and the power had knocked out, so the clocks needed to be all reset. And so I wasn't sure what time it was, and I was like way too keyed up to go back to sleep. So I decided, fuck it, I'm going to walk to school. So I walked to school in that storm.
Wow. Am I gonna have to start cheering you up at night?
I work at night.
Yeah. Right, but yeah, basically, right, British infrastructure, not great. British technology, not great. British kids, tougher than you'd think.
Yeah.
But not when it comes, like, the standing joke in the UK is, right, when the temperature falls below freezing, what happens is you say to Southerners, stay home, it's too cold to go out. And you say to Northerners, you might want to put a jacket on.
Which is actually kind of how that worked, because there was one time I was down south and it got below 0. And genuinely my friends were like, well, I guess we can't go out today.
Can't go out when it's just below 0.
And
Like,
I
once
was
it
like,
gets to
"Only
about
minus
minus
2."
10, yeah.
Yeah,
Because then
like,
the
it's
roads
-2,
are a
get
wreck.
your coat.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now, you say this, and I have to realize that you're talking below 0
Celsius, not
Celsius.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, Celsius, not
Not freedom units.
yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got, back home, it had hit below 0 Fahrenheit, and we'd have people still, going out, if they don't have work or anything, or school or anything, they'd go out like sledding or,
Okay, so 0 degrees Celsius is about 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes. Yeah.
And I used to be able to take the cold. I can't anymore because I'm old and arthritic, and the Yorkshire way of life is tough and it's broken me. But seriously, there's only so many times you can come off a motorbike and crack things before you start feeling the cold. It's I've had an interesting life, folks. Just yeah. It's perfectly normal here for it to hit 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And for the message to go out, the trains have stopped and the buses are only running 1 an hour.
Yeah.
Because that's all they can manage.
Yeah, they'll be on a quote-unquote reduced timetable.
Yes. And taxi drivers, we have a problem in, I don't know if you I presume you have this problem in America because it's a scientific phenomenon. It happens all over the planet, right?
Yeah.
But there's this, we call it black ice here in the UK.
Oh yeah, we have it.
Yeah. There's something about British tarmac. Don't know why. British tarmac turns to black ice the second the temperature hits 0 degrees Celsius, if it's even slightly wet.
So,
yeah, I straight up slid 3 or 4 meters down the pavement when I was maybe 7, because there was a massive ass patch of black ice.
Yeah.
So here, let me say that it'd have to get to be about -20 or so for people from Montana to second guess going out.
Okay, but I need you to understand that Montana's infrastructure was built in the 1950s, not the 1750s.
Anyways.
But yeah, right. And the reason we're talking about all this and the cultural differences, right? Because when the American shows up and he's bombastic and he's bright and he's bombastic basically, isn't he? He's met with a certain level of derision and a certain, like, you know, the mindless chickens go head over heels and swoon over him. But anyone who knows anything about the history of Britain and America, even if they only know the propaganda, especially if they only know the propaganda, are quite wary, let's say wary of him. But also, like, there's a moment in this movie, and I don't know if anyone else caught it, where Rocky's owners from the American circus knock on the farmer's door and ask, "Oh, have you seen a rooster? Obviously, this is a chicken farm. Maybe he'd go here." And what she says is, "Oh, is he valuable?"
Yeah.
She's looking to rip him off. And I need you to understand that the culture of 2000 Britain, she was not trying to rip him off because she was evil or greedy. She was trying to rip him off because she saw an American and pound signs started flashing in her eyes.
Well, I mean, she is greedy, but...
She is, but that is utterly separate to the fact that she saw an American who is quite easily an easy mark here.
Yeah. It's not that she's greedy, though she also is. It's simply that she's got a small amount of business now.
Yes. And obviously, any woman with ambition must immediately be evil in all media because, I don't know, having a vagina means you're not allowed to think for yourself?
Yeah, apparently.
I say woman because, like, this is the year 2000. We didn't know what the word transgender meant in the year 2000.
Yeah.
What we thought transgender was in the year 2000 was, like, Buffalo Bill from the Hannibal Lecter movies and Rocky from Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
Not Rocky. Transsexual Transylvanian. That, you know. We thought all transgender people were like fishnet tights and leather skirts. That was our image.
Yeah.
Like, we were not progressive. We were not woke, folks. Believe it or not. You know, Eddie Izzard still played their gender off as a joke. And I say they because at the time their pronouns were he, but obviously doesn't use them anymore. It was still a joke when Eddie Izzard went on stage in high heels and makeup.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a gender thing. It was this will get a cheap laugh out of the bigots. And we all know we're bigots, but it's still funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's nothing funnier than a bloke in high heels and lipstick talking about Margaret Thatcher. Mainly because, let's be honest, if you didn't know who Margaret Thatcher was, you'd mistake her for a bloke in high heels and lipstick. Because that was the attitude of the time. Like, women were women and men were men. And I repeat all this to, again, give you the idea of it was like, we've come so far so fast as a culture.
Yeah.
As a...
You know, as much as we, you know, as much as it looks, you know, as much as it looks like we're currently in the, you know, 2 steps back phase.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine releasing a food product now with a female advertising character and the tagline being, "It's a woman's touch"?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, the conservatives would probably go gaga over it.
I mean, yeah, but they're still friggin' eating Aunt Bessie's Yorkshire puddings because none of them know any Northerners to make proper ones. Look, sometimes I open my mouth and my county comes out, okay? But yeah, right. So this film, that's all of that. We've talked for like an hour about the background to this film, and I think that's really important that we've done that.
Yeah.
And the undercurrent, like, again, this is pre 9/11. Most Brits have not got time for Americans and think their money's funny, and that's all we know about them.
And it's very much obvious that the deal between DreamWorks and Aardman was Aardman will produce, DreamWorks will distribute.
Yes, because this is Aardman like all the way down.
Yeah.
There's very little quote unquote DreamWorks.
Like the most DreamWorks thing about Chicken Run is the opening, studio logo, and that's it.
And that they look up the moon once or twice. So we've got that. We've got, and it's very. It's if you put Steve McQueen in a room full of British housewives, that's exactly how they would respond because it's Steve McQueen.
Yeah.
It's putting the Beatles in front of teenage girls in the 60s.
Yeah.
You can understand why the chickens were getting a bit all of a flutter.
I mean, especially since the only other rooster is a crotchety old officer.
Yes. A crotchety old, like, for me, like, looking at that as an adult, we need to do a few episodes of All of Us and Horses on this show, because he's very much granddad, and it's during the war. In my
RAF days.
Yeah. When I were a lad, it's that, and that is a trope of British cinema, like the old man who reliving the glory days.
Yeah.
And in Britain, there is kind of this affection for those characters.
Yeah.
Though
I will say one of the best lines in regards to that character, comes from Ginger, where she says, "You're always going on about back in your day. Well, today is your day."
Yeah, it's a great line. Great line.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's the kind of line that goes on a military recruitment poster.
Yeah.
Don't tell the Russians, because I hear they're recruiting people in their 50s now. That's going to go well for them, isn't it? And again, I use the word recruiting very loosely.
Yeah, I was about to say, how big are the air quotes around recruiting?
Big enough to fit 2 soldiers knocking at your front door and putting a gun at your head. If they didn't send out soldiers to, like, recruit, quote unquote, recruit new soldiers, they'd have soldiers for the front line. Just saying. Yeah. But yeah, like, it's this movie does have that undercurrent of very American hoorah, Stars and Stripes. It's got the panache we associate with the innocence of America before 9/11. It's like, it's that naivety of, we are America, fuck yeah. And it's like, no, you're not, darling, sit down.
Yeah,
please sit down before you hurt yourself.
It was America fuck yeah before America fuck yeah was satire.
Yeah. Like, and it was innocent, and therefore there was very little irony in it, and that's why this film tends towards, by the end of the movie, you buy into that idea.
Yeah.
Like, and this idea of the American lied to them, then they figured it out themselves, and the American showed up at the end to play hero in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that there's a reason the plot goes like that, but there's a reason the plot goes like that, folks.
Bloody Americans, always late for every war.
Basically.
It feels like when you take the two but you take the old RAF dude and the American.
Yeah,
If you combine them together, you just get Sam the Eagle.
Yeah, basically. Do you know what it is? No, Sam the Eagle. To put this in American terms, right? If Sam the Eagle was an American veteran, he'd be the kind of American veteran who wore his Vietnam vet cap to church. That's who he would be. He'd be that guy. And to Walmart. He'd be the kind of guy who wore his Vietnam vet cap, right, ball cap, to a football game and started a fight with someone in the crowd because they didn't salute him as they walked past. Like, he's that guy.
I'll put a pin in that for after the show.
Yes, the American veteran who wears his Vietnam vet ball cap to church is taken from real life. Why do you ask?
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Poor bloke, he felt so awkward, and I felt so awkward too. Here's this British person writing a dissertation on the war that put you in a wheelchair. Would you like to speak? No! We're going off topic again. But yeah, right. Okay, so we've got him, and then we've got Ginger, who is... You know the stereotype of old soldiers sat in the trenches, looking at the young, bright kids, thinking you don't know what's coming? Ginger is the young, bright kid in that situation. Like, she's not given up yet. She's not realised that this is eggs and chicken pies all the way down. And again, it's that naivety of youth, right?
Yeah.
She thinks they can get out. She thinks there's a chance. You know, 1 in a million chance is still a chance. Not if you can count, darling.
Yeah.
And she's this character of, well, we all need, as much as the military will tell you, don't play the hero, follow the rules, follow the protocols.
Yeah.
They don't give medals to people who follow protocols under fire. They give medals to the wacko, the fucking nut job who runs out under fire to grab his mate who's been shot. They give medals to that guy, not the guy who stays back and says, I ain't surviving that run, so I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's this weird... And we do have this double think around soldiers and the military and anyone, really, of... We tell people to do things a certain way, and we limit people and we say, look, at some point you've got to just accept your fate. And then the people who don't do that, rather than getting their heads checked out, we give them medals.
Yeah.
Because, that's a thing. And so this movie does have that undercurrent as well of that sort of, again, that pre-9/11 happy-go-lucky naivety that you can only get when you are 60 years removed from the last major war and you haven't had the next one yet.
Yeah.
So it's this...
we haven't yet, but that is such a great line. This movie is full of great lines.
This movie is full of great lines, and the reason I'm taking each character in turn is because these characters are archetypes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, very much so.
And the archetypes work because then when this movie rips off about 8 different other movies for a visual gag,
the still feels organic.
Yeah, because they are archetypes. They are not characters as such.
Yeah.
We've got the happy-go-lucky, slightly... We've got Mr. in Rocky. Like, if anyone's ever read Pride and Prejudice, he's Mr. Wickham, right? He's the bright, strong jawline, so like dresses like a soldier. Everyone fancies him because he's charming and he's pretty. But underneath it, he's not kind and he's not decent. Until he is, because this is a kids' movie.
Yeah.
So it has to be, right? But if it wasn't a kids' movie, he's the Mr. Wickham character.
Yeah.
Well,
See,
and his character arc is basically him growing past being a Mr. Wickham.
Yeah. You've got Ginger, who's the idealistic young recruit who still thinks she can make a difference in the fight. You've got, the old soldier who tells us stories about the glory days, but doesn't ever have actually seen any action.
Yeah.
You've got the civilians who don't understand the nature of the beast. And that works in the context of a World War II prisoner of war movie. Because that's generally the kind of archetypes you're going to find in a prisoner of war type scenario.
Yeah.
And
you've got, the bumbling warden and the cruel commandant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you've also got the two people who can smuggle anything in, all right, if you pay them enough.
Yeah. It's like, like those two rats definitely are ripped straight from, let's invite one of the camp guards in for a cup of coffee and offer him some chocolate, but what we really need is like a very highly specialized camera.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from. And a lot of other things in this movie, like the attempt to tunnel under, that's the Great Escape.
Yeah.
Like right down to under the tunnel with the best visual gag in this movie by far for me is the old rooster wearing trousers, walking in and puts his hands in his trousers, and then like nuts and bolts fall out of his trousers.
Oh yeah.
That's by far one of the best visual gags in this movie for me.
And the look of relief on his face.
Yeah. Like, it's just, it's all there, right? It's very much this is a comedy rip-off of The Great Escape, and it's child-friendly. It has to be child-friendly so they don't die at the end.
Yeah.
That's actually something I was going to bring up, is if we abstract away the fact it's a kid's film, it would almost feel problematic that they all successfully escape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then that opens another can of worms, especially if you take it to be more towards the Holocaust genre than the World War II prisoner of war camp.
Yeah.
Like, because there's this fundamental difference people don't realize between a prisoner of war and a concentration camp.
Yeah.
And a prisoner of war camp, it's an army barracks, right? That's basically what it is. It's an army barracks because most countries are signed up to something called the Geneva Convention, which says that if they capture an enemy soldier, they can't kill them, they can't torture them, and they've got to keep them in reasonable living conditions.
Yeah.
Like, that's international law, just as a general rule. Ring's looking at me here like, yes, but just as a general rule, right? You used to carry a Geneva card, a Geneva Convention ID card, which was your quote-unquote, we've all seen in the movies, name, rank, and serial number. Like, this is your proof that you are a combatant and therefore you are entitled to the protections of the Geneva Convention.
I mean, I still have it, mostly because it amuses me how my last military ID has photographic evidence of you damaging government property.
It's not government property, it's mine. The government was borrowing it and broke it, I might add. Like, I did not give it to you in that condition. Like, when I gave it to you, it did not have epilepsy. But then, when I gave it to you, it couldn't swear or say the word sex either, so tit for tat.
Yeah.
I say it. I'm
Yeah.
teasing, folks. I'm talking
Yeah.
about Ring.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this, a concentration camp. The primary purpose of a concentration camp or an internment camp, whatever you want to call it, because I know the Americans like to call them internment camps because that somehow makes it better.
No, it lets them pretend that they
That they're not
didn't.
Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah, it lets them pretend that they didn't operate concentration camps.
So in British history, the first time the term concentration camp appears is in the Crimean War. And the concentration camps were the refugee camps for the Crimeans. But people were dying there in massive numbers, mainly of disease, because conditions were so horrendous. They were a concentration of people camped. That's what that meant.
Yeah.
Right? There was like, if you want to see how laziness and indifference can kill more people than outright malice. Actually, Scummer is right. It was the Boer War. I'm sure it was either the Boer War or the Crimea. It might have even been both. But if you want to see how laziness, incompetence, ignorance, and a dash of racism can kill millions of people far more efficiently than gas chambers and trains, go study the concentration camps of the Boer War.
Yeah.
It was horrific. And that term obviously got co-opted later to mean concentration of quote unquote undesirables under the Nazi regime.
Yeah.
But the main goal of a concentration camp, in the parlance we understand it, is death. Right? You are not supposed to come out of a concentration camp anywhere but feet first when you go in. Like that's what concentration camps were for in Nazi Germany.
And
You're either going to work or you're going there to stay.
Yeah, like you're either going there because you are unfit to work and you're in the line to be killed, or you're going there because they're going to work you to death.
yeah.
Like, they don't expect you to leave alive. That's what that is. A prisoner of war camp, the prisoners are treated reasonably well. They have running water, they have basic amenities, because they are required to, because at some point this war's going to end and we're going to have to negotiate prisoner releases. And if we give the enemy back their soldiers and their soldiers look like they're half dead, they're going to go to war again.
Yeah.
That's the deal, right? That's the understanding of it. So it's a fundamentally,
which is why it was,
mentality.
which is why people smuggled in escape kits in aid boxes.
Yeah. And like, prisoner of war camps, like the Red Cross has, like, if you was a member of the military, deliberately fire on the Red Cross in a war zone, that's a war crime.
Yeah.
Because the Red Cross is medical personnel, non-combatants. And the Red Cross would go into prisoner of war camps. We've all seen The Great Escape, and they deliver care packages of coffee, socks, chocolates, board games, luxury items, especially in a war zone, right? Luxury items, letters from home. None of those prisoners of war in The Great Escape were struggling for pen and paper to write home. None of them were writing home and saying, can you send me a blanket because I don't have clothes on my back because they won't let me wear them. None of them were writing home and saying, can you send me antiseptic because the guards are beating me and bruising me and whipping me on a daily basis. None of them were sending home and saying, can you send incense because there are bodies in my bunker that haven't been moved for days and it smells. Yeah, none of them were sending home for antibiotics because they were scared they were going to catch the fucking plague.
Yeah.
Like, there's a like the concentration camps of the Boer War had an outbreak of the bubonic plague. That's what killed a lot of people in the Boer War. Amongst other illnesses. Don't get me wrong, TB was rife. It was just horrendous. At one point, I remember, and this is going back a bit, if I recall correctly, at one point, the life expectancy in the Boer War, when concentration camps were not death camps, but to give you an idea, or were not officially death camps, to give you an idea, the average life expectancy was 6 weeks.
Oh, wow.
From arrival. And that was for a healthy person arriving. Because of the disease and the filth and the utter, like, it boiled down to pure racism. It did.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't care. So the two concepts come from the same place, but it's a good comparison, I think, because this movie shows you both sides of that. It shows you when they think they are just workers and prisoners and they're just required to do the thing, to holy shit, they're gonna murder us all.
Yeah.
And how that changes the way they behave. But it also it's a good point of comparison to point out that human beings, it does not take a lot to kill us en masse.
Yeah.
And it does not necessarily take malice to do it.
Yeah.
All it takes is ignorance and bigotry and arrogance. The arrogance of the British Empire, folks. You think the Americans are bad? Where do you think they got it from?
Yeah, it's an inherited trait.
Yeah, it's definitely an inherited trait. And this movie, like, in a really, like, child-friendly way as well, shows you that difference between, oh, we've got to lay an egg a day, and if we don't lay an egg a day, like, we swap eggs between ourselves to make sure it looks like everyone's laying eggs. And if I laid a lot of eggs, I'm really proud of that. But then there is that fear of, if you don't lay enough eggs, you're done for.
Yeah. And, like, okay, so let's talk about the scene where a death is implied, as focused on the family put it.
Because the visual language of this scene, this is the moment this movie goes from being a Great Escape homage to being I don't want to call it's not a Holocaust movie, right? Because but to very much invoking the tropes of that.
Yeah.
So they pull her out of the lineup, take her away. No one says a word, right? No one, because it's just, what can you do?
And, Ginger goes to watch.
Yes. Climbs up on the roof. As she climbs up on the roof of the hen house, why the fuck has the hen house got a chimney?
Yeah.
For imagery, I imagine.
Yeah. But the visual language of watching someone be taken from a lineup in a prison camp to be murdered because they are no longer fit to work while sat next to a chimney, that's not an accident.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to word that. That's not an accident.
And, given the visual, like, language of the way the scene is shot, because we see the door to the shed open, we see the axe embedded on the block.
Then it's pulled out and taken away, and we see the shadow of the axe fall. but then we don't actually see the axe fall, and it cuts back to Ginger's face, which is horror.
Yeah.
How you make a plasticine chicken look horrified is a question for the ages, but Aardman pulled it off, right?
Yeah. And like I said while we were watching it, and I said earlier in the stream, that is how you do a dark scene without being graphic.
Yeah, and you leave it to the imagination a little bit as well, because this is the great rule of horror, gore, and suspense, right? If you show a bloody murder, you've shown a bloody murder. If you show someone's horrified facial expression while you can hear screams, and then you show a blood splattered area, what happened in between, it lets the audience fill in the amount of horror their brain is capable of producing. And you will never, I don't care how good you are, right? I do not care if you are Alfred fucking Hitchcock. You cannot be more frightening to every single member of your audience by showing them something than not.
Which is what made Alfred fucking Hitchcock is because he understood that.
Yeah, because he understood that. Alfred Hitchcock understood that what was frightening was not that there was blood and gore and a murder. What was frightening was you didn't quite know exactly what had happened.
Yeah.
And therefore your brain fills in the blanks. And if you're the person with a really dark imagination, your imagination can frighten you far better than anything else. That's why we have nightmares. That's where nightmares come from.
Well, and the fact that the next time we see the Tweedies, it's after dinner and there is a chicken skeleton on a dish on the table.
Yeah. Like, it's not subtle. And, like, I think the comment I passed at that point in the movie was, I'm getting such Bitch of Buchenwald vibes.
Yeah.
Because I was. And if you don't know who the Bitch of Buchenwald was, Google it, but also don't eat first.
Yeah.
Famously, she had a lamp made from the leg and the skin of a human prisoner at that camp. She had handbags made from their skin. She used they rendered down the fat of the corpses for her to use as soap because she thought it was good for her skin. She was fucking yeah. And that's just the stuff that I can bring myself to say out loud.
Yeah. So yeah. Trigger warning.
Yeah. But like, but this is like that level of malice and that viciousness, and we do like there is this habit, especially in media, but also historically, to attribute a lot more malice to female characters when they do something.
Yeah,
like there's a reason Moira Hindley got more years in prison than Ian Brady.
Yeah,
right. Because when you look at and again, it's an old sexist trope. It is the old sexist trope as woman as mother and nurturer and caregiver.
Yeah,
right?
well, and I mean, and she leans into that in her advertising. It's a woodman.
She does. Stunt. So she's aware of that sexism.
Yeah.
But that's what makes her behavior even more heinous.
Shall we mention the pink lady in the room?
I'm just going to say again, that's what makes her behavior even more heinous. But yeah, the idea of, the tall, skinny, evil-looking woman, it's Yzma in a hairnet. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's fucking Yzma. And it's this thing of, villainous, tall, skinny women, like the idea of this villainous, almost vampiric type of person. In the UK, that sort of that long, thin facial structure on villains, especially on female villains, we call it being horse-faced.
Yeah.
It's and we attribute a lot of beauty standards to villainy or anti-beauty standards to villainy. Like villains dress in black. Villains are either deathly skinny or massive fat people who are greedy, right? And there's no in between. The trappings of villainy. When you look at how we describe villains, it's very close to how you would describe poverty. Lanky hair, greasy, it's too skinny, it's greedy, it's ambitious beyond reasonableness. That's what poverty does to you. That's desperation, right? In another light, that's desperation. And the reason I bring that up is because I'm going to bring up something else here. And it's not me having a dig at Aardman, it's not me having a dig at DreamWorks. It's just the way my brain works. Because I've read way too many Asterix comics in my life. Thanks, Scummer. But the implications of it being a chicken farm. Would one of you please, without any prompting, please describe the features of a chicken to me?
I see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Where have you seen those features before of a long hooked beak / nose and eyes that are too close together? Like, that's explicitly said in this movie. I don't like him. His eyes are too close together.
Which is kind of ironic considering that character is voiced by one Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
The one being referenced, not the one doing the speaking.
Yeah. Like, I appreciate that they had to go with something, and chickens is a very safe, but
yeah, it's a very easy, like it's a very easy metaphor.
Yes.
Like of all the domestic animals it could be, chickens is probably the metaphor that works best.
Yeah, it's going to be chickens because it's mass incarceration, mass work, mass quote unquote murder.
Yeah.
It's chickens, right? But understanding it now as an adult, having done a lot of unlearning of the, let's be clear, Catholic propaganda I was raised into.
Yeah.
And I say Catholic very deliberately because they're known for this shit.
Yeah.
That went over my head as a child.
So,
and I think it might have gone over the head of the people making it in the year 2000.
Yeah. So,
but we know better now.
So here's the question for you then, and for the panel at large. Where in relation of the Adurzo line would you put this?
I think this is it's an innocent mistake.
Yeah.
Right?
It's on the innocent side.
It is very innocent. We're looking for, like, what species is mass murdered on a large scale in a way that is perfectly normal, so parents don't think we're traumatizing their babies, but also dark enough that we can scare children with it. Farmers. Like, that's farmers. Okay, so does the metaphor work with cows? Yes, but we don't have that much plasticine. And also cows, how are cows going to escape?
Yeah.
Also, it helps if whatever animal they pick is bipedal.
Yes.
And has a face and is vaguely like, behold a man.
Yeah.
Like, is vaguely humanoid enough that kids are gonna be able to empathize with that.
It's definitely an understandable design choice, even if it looks a little bit sus.
Yeah, it looks a bit sus to us in 2023, but it certainly wasn't sus in the year 2000.
Yeah.
Or if it was sus, it wasn't sus to me.
So,
And
and
yes,
for those
Bummer, it's not your fault. I got all the worst Asterix books. You're fine, but it's very like
and for those of you who might be new to the channel, because as far as I know, I'm the only one who uses this term, and I very much want to see it reach wide circulation because I'm fairly proud of it. The Adurzo line is the blurry line where ignorance meets malice.
yes. And in this particular case, given that it's Aardman, given that they do not have a reputation for this, given that their reputation is making animals seem vaguely human out of plasticine and photographing it a million times, like that's their entire thing, that's their MO.
Yeah.
I am willing to give.
Given that, given that the metaphor happened, like chickens are the domestic animal that the metaphor only really works for.
Yeah, because if you try and do cows, well, they can't fly, they can't jump.
Yeah.
If you try and do sheep, they're going to try and jump the fence. They're going to try and go through the fence, but that's not right.
The only animal I think they could have gone with that might be an unusual pick for like a farm animal is I think Chicken Run could have worked with goats. Because if you met goats.
I mean, to be fair, the old rooster's got a very gauty look about him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would not have worked. From a point of view of farm animals, we need a bipedal, vaguely approximating human physiology animal that is also eaten by humans.
Yeah.
That's chickens. Like,
Yeah.
there is no animal that meets that criteria.
And it, anthropomorphizing a bird, you are going to get a very beaky face.
Yeah. And it's like, and it's not like you can do it with pigs, because if pigs fly, that's a Tim Burton movie, not an Aardman movie.
Yeah.
So it makes sense, and I understand it. Just the implications of it are a little bit. I can't even say the word distasteful because we're talking about a movie that cooks chickens into pies, but it is a little bit distasteful. Like,
and
it's good.
Okay, I'm gonna say it puts like this realization where when you approach this movie with like a critical mind towards the theming, it makes it's like an oven in here joke whole lot darker.
Yeah, that's why, like, let's talk about that scene. Because, like, when you joked last week and you said this movie's a Holocaust movie, I was like, no, it's not. It's like, it's a Great Escape ripoff. I'd forgotten about that scene.
Yeah.
Because the idea that they get sent down a production line to an oven and then have to run to get out before the door locks. Like,
yeah.
I've seen photographs that I'm not going to describe in detail, but suffice to say, if you put human beings in a locked room, eventually, and you suffocate them, which is what happens in an oven before you cook, right? But if you put human beings in a locked room that's suffocating them, what you tend to find is when you open the door, they're piled up in a pyramid shape because they're trying to get out. and they've died that way. Like, that's a historic fact. Like, they will clamber over the dead bodies of people who've already tried to get out, and eventually they pile up and it's like a pyramid. And obviously then we know what happened in real life. You know, they're taken from that room and put in an oven.
Yeah.
Which, you know, that's a very dark scene in this movie. Like, the idea that they're put through this conveyor belt that's designed to break them up, and like, and again, I've mentioned the bitch of Buchenwald once. You know, this thing of like, I hear that hunters, people who hunt animals, have this policy of use every part, right?
Yeah.
When I tell you that bitch used every part, I'm not joking.
You know, and even like the scene, like the entire sequence as they're going along the, you know, production line is very dark, even despite Rocky making all of the machine puns as they're going through.
All of the machine puns, all of the slapstick comedy, you know, carrot in the pipes, very, very traditional, childish, almost wacky racist kind of comedy.
Yeah.
But in the context of they're being worked to death and now they're being sent to an oven, like, there's no way to say that and not invoke the mental image that we all just got in our heads when I said that.
Yeah, especially since, you know, the entire construction of the farm, you know, puts you in the mind of this is a concentration camp.
Oh no, it is definitely at best it's a military camp.
Yeah, at best
it is very much modelled on the camp from The Great Escape.
Yeah.
See,
like,
I don't know why, and this is more directed at Ring than Noodle, but I got a lot of the same vibes as Attack of the Clones.
From
this film in general.
Go on.
So it very much felt like there was the same like seriousness towards the big threat, but also there are just several scenes that seem to line up, like in the Geonosian factory.
Okay, yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
though I'd say that this would probably be what would be better described as the mirror image of that, because in Attack of the Clones we're getting the slapstick bits as comedic relief. Meanwhile, this is a comedy with very, very dark undertones.
Yeah, this is a dark comedy.
It's like the people who wrote Attack of the Clones decided to do a weird inverse of Chicken Run for episode 2 of Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's, yeah, as Scummer just put in the chat, it's Stella Glove KFC. It's this thing of, this movie comes in a long line of largely British movies about prisoners of war and escape attempts. Escape from Colditz, Great Escape. Movies like that, you know, there was a Colditz board game in, I think, the 70s. Escape from Colditz, the board game.
Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, so there is this, and again, it's a British cultural thing, right? Any excuse to stick two fingers up at Jerry.
Yeah.
And it's this weird thing because Britain refights the war that it won in cinema, whereas America tends to refight the wars it didn't win.
Well,
Cough the entire Vietnam genre, cough.
Well, to be fair, you could say that it's because, America's, pre 9/11, America's big, historical trauma was Vietnam.
Yeah. And Britain's was World War II.
Yeah, Britain's big historical trauma was the Blitz.
Yeah. And we've all seen refugee movies, and when I say refugee movies, I mean internal refugee movies. Kids sent to the countryside away from the bombs.
Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Goodnight, Mr. Tom.
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, Tom's Midnight Garden.
There are so many.
So many. Like, that's just a thing. Like, and if I remember as kids them showing us gas masks and be like, you'd have had to wear this during the, like, it's very full on the propaganda of the Second World War in Britain that they put on kids.
They very much, like, when I was in primary school, they had the fire department bring round some gas masks from like a local museum to my primary school, and we all had to like put the gas mask on and be like, imagine trying to breathe in that all day on a train or whatever.
And talking about sending them off to the countryside and all the rest of it, and the way they were treated and going to farms and stuff. And if you've ever read Goodnight, Mr. Tom, you see sort of both sides of that argument. And that's a classic British book. Like, if you've grown up and you haven't read Goodnight, Mr. Tom in Britain,
or
you're either so old you were a child before it came out, or you need to go back to school.
Yeah.
Because it's like a foundational text in British popular culture. Or at least seen the film.
Yeah, like if you've seen the BBC adaptation of Goodnight, Mr. Tom, that's close enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very close adaptation.
When it comes to BBC literary adaptations, it's close enough. Might as well be their tagline.
Like, yeah, but when the BBC does adaptations and says it's close enough, what that means is this is a word-for-word rip-off of the entire book in the right order, with maybe 3 lines from the book not included.
Like,
yeah, maybe they cut half a scene somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, when they adapted Les Mis, all they cut out was Victor Hugo's chapter-long essays that you couldn't really adapt to film anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like with an Inspector Calls, they added 2 lines pretty much, and that was about it.
Yeah, I think they added 1 line to North and South when they did Emily Gaskell. But everything, and they added the kiss at the end because it's a modern TV adaptation and it needs a kiss.
I mean, the BBC, when you're talking about BBC, adaptations, they did what I thought was impossible, and they managed to make Watership Down like PG. And still keep it true to the book. Like, I'm impressed. I was impressed with the Netflix BBC Watership Down series.
I still prefer the original animated traumatic one for that, because that's more true to the book for me. But yeah, like the BBC are a world standard on adaptations. Especially of sort of that Regency romantic, courtly drama, Henry VIII, everything from sort of the Crusades right through to Les Mis.
Yeah.
Like, those eras, like, the BBC gets them spot on every time. Like, They only like BBC is what HBO could be if it learned to hide the zips and not have people fucking every 10 minutes.
Well, and
because
if there's,
apparently the only way to titillate Americans is with actual on-screen sex.
And if their, source material could actually finish a fucking book.
I'm talking about when they do historical dramas, because there wasn't HBO. They did some historical stuff. I think they did. No, the Borgias was BBC. So was the Tudors. Rome, HBO. Like, if the BBC had made that, it would not have been like that. Because it was very, like, Rome as a TV show is very American.
Yeah, here I thought you were taking a dig at Game of Thrones.
No, HBO's Rome. No, Game of Thrones suffers from the same problem. Yeah. But this movie, what were we talking about? We were talking about Goodnight, Mr. Tom, and the refuge. And this movie, like, what it does, and it's very good at doing, like that oven scene.
Yeah.
Like, you watch that, and as an adult, there's a lump in your throat, and you feel slightly sick because you know where it's going, right? There's an oven, and they're in there, and you're having flashbacks to primary school, and being told about the,
yeah.
And it's very, it's dark as an adult. As a kid, that goes straight over your head, and it's just like, it's more of the same of the movie, right? It makes sense. The pie machine's going to end with an oven. Yeah. As an adult, you look at that and you're just like, oh, I don't necessarily want children aware that that's the outcome of genocide. Thank you.
It's
and then
probably...
it becomes and the way they avert that, right, is by going from, is by turning it into a Mission Impossible scene. Yeah. Like the build up to it, like trying to run, like the falling down the chute and trapping themselves in the chute and all these, it's very Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
And that's how they avert that, like under the screen and grab the hat.
Yeah, with a quick little nod to, Indiana Jones.
And the Indiana Jones, yeah.
See, something else that I think is maybe relevant is the fact that for that oven scene, because obviously electric ovens exist, it's notable that that was a gas oven.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a gas oven built into an electrical appliance. Also, like, I have this is an incredibly inappropriate comment to make, given that we are discussing how this oven is reminiscent of the Holocaust. But those pies are going to come out awful because the oven's not being preheated.
Yeah.
It only turns on once they're in there, like the oven's stone cold.
Not only is it not been preheated, the pies are placed in a filled-in circle with the flames completely surrounding the oven.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And there's no egg wash on top of the pie, so the pastry is gonna not be crispy. Again, I feel bad saying these things, and I have to kind of divorce myself mentally from 2 minutes ago we were discussing how this scene is about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And that's a difficult thing for me as an adult to disengage from. But that's how kids view it, right? Kids look at that and they see, oh, pies, and it's funny because he fell into every pie on his way out. Whereas as an adult, you're watching that and your brain is translating that to, he was in the oven, he's suffocating, and he's falling over the dead bodies of the people around him trying to get out.
Yeah, because
that's how.
Yeah, because even at this point, the film is, this is the fate of the chickens if they don't escape.
Yeah. And it's dark, right?
Yeah.
I remember watching this as a kid and not wanting to eat chicken for a while. because, like, not because I had any problem with. Look, I know where meat comes from. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but this film kind of it didn't traumatize me. It didn't give me nightmares, but it very much made me. The way it portrayed the chicken industry, which is not great. And this was prior to like the scandal with the battery hens in the early 2000s as well.
Yeah.
And the bird flu epidemics and stuff
And
of the early 2000s.
prior to Super Size Me and all the other, anti-factory farming, media.
Yeah. So, but it made me viscerally uncomfortable with the process. Because what it made me uncomfortable with was not eating chicken. What it made me uncomfortable with was the chickens are cooped up. They've got nowhere to go. They live terrible lives. And then they're put through this really quite horrendous death. Like, that machine is not designed to kill them quickly.
Yeah.
It's not designed to kill them painlessly. Like, and look, no ethical consumption under capitalism, right?
Yeah.
But
Well,
most
also
butchers
that,
are ethical.
also that machine isn't designed to be realistic. It's designed to be a set piece.
Yeah, and it's designed to frighten the life out of the children. That's what it's there for. So it did its job, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
But
it's both a set piece and a ticking clock.
yeah. So what that movie did for me was make me, and I still do this, when I buy meat, and when I can buy meat from the local butcher or local places, I'm very aware of the ethical considerations of that. Like,
yeah,
if my butcher knows the name of the cow whose chops I'm buying, I can be reasonably well assured that that cow had as good a life as it could have had, was treated well, and the farmer has sourced the meat, like has done that, because that's what you're paying for when you go to a butcher, right? You're paying for it not to be wrapped in plastic and to come from halfway across the country and be 3 different pieces of meat on this, like, glued together. That's what you're paying for when you go to a butcher. And you say that about pork, or you say that about chicken or anything. And therefore there's this understanding that you're going to your butcher or going to a farm shop or something is slightly more ethical because you're closer to the process.
Yeah.
And is slightly more like and again, I fully appreciate that this is the narrative of the oppressor tells themselves so they can sleep at night, right? But ethically, Mitch Grey Wolf's right. Ethically sourced treated animals tend to taste better. They don't taste fucking terrified. Like, you can taste when an animal was tense before it died. That's why abattoirs are the way they are, and it's done so quickly, because it can not ruin the meat, but you can taste the difference. Battery hens, if you get eggs from a battery hen, they're watery and they're colorless. Whereas if you get a free range eggs and you cut into a free range egg and you see the yolk, it's like the sun blooming off the plate. It's a different, better quality food generally means the animal was treated better.
Yeah.
And everyone knows they put scraggins and stuff in the pies because that's where they can get away with putting it. But this film made me very aware of the ethics of meat consumption, and that there was a difference between going to, that nice family down the road who own like 20 chickens and sell eggs, and occasionally when a chicken is not laying anymore, they have a Sunday roast. There's a difference between going to that and going to KFC.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why in the early 2000s, this is why things like, you know, free range and grass fed and, you know, all these other animal welfare things became hot button topics.
Yeah.
Because we also saw the dark side of when you battery farm animals. You know, cows lined up in rows just being constantly milked. You know, chickens in tiny sort of 3 foot by 3 foot boxes, never seeing the light of day in their lives.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. We're a weird species as humans, right? We'll eat anything you put in front of us. And I mean, we'll eat fucking anything. We'll eat our own if we're hungry enough. But we're also kind of sentimental. And I fully appreciate that. What I'm saying is I'm being sentimental, right? I like to think that if there's chicken on my plate, that it had something resembling a good life before it ended up on my plate.
Yeah.
Because that assuages the guilt, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm an obligate carnivore, folks. I can't not eat meat. So it's a difficult one. You have to walk that line, right?
Yeah.
And what this film does is shows you that difference. Because you get the bumbling farmer whose family have been doing it for decades, whose father and his father were egg farmers.
Yeah.
And all those chickens are healthy.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily battery farmed. They've got space to move. They've got a courtyard. And yeah, they've never felt grass, but they're not hemmed in the way we consider battery farming to be.
Yeah.
So for the year 2000, that's a fairly ethical setup. Right? Like if you've ever seen people who keep chickens, the pens are not huge and the coops are, you know, they're fairly accurate to what the film shows.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it's not
the relationship between the couple who had the farm felt very Shakespearean in a way, very much like Macbeth.
The Tweedies were a very Macbeth type couple.
Yeah, because that's the archetype, right? Like the ambitious woman. And like this idea that she's entirely profit driven. There's that casual, what I call a casual anti-capitalism of the motive for profit. Like it's not that she's not making a living, because they are making a living. The egg yields down, but they are making a living.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of minuscule profits.
Yeah. It's greed. It's not I want to live and let live and get by. It's I want to maximize profits.
Yeah.
And that's the evil at the core of this film. The maximization of profits.
You know, and to go with the other metaphor that my brain came up with when I chose violence.
Yeah. You know, there's only so many days in a row you can wake up and choose violence before violence becomes the default setting. Just FYI.
You know, you could if you don't view this as a Holocaust adjacent, metaphor movie, you can very much also view it as a movie, especially since it's set in Yorkshire in the north, a movie about, a certain British prime minister in the 80s selling the working class up the river to break down, and breaking down everything just to maximize short-term gains.
Please don't give the Tories the idea of cannibalising Yorkshire folk. I think they might do it if the economy gets much worse.
They say to the people in Manchester, go to the people in Leeds. I'm sure they'll taste fine.
Yeah.
Well, it was only a modest proposal.
Yeah, okay. Look. Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry, I've just seen Scummer's message in the chat of like this is up there with Tartan Pain and Skyhooks.
Yeah.
Winding a former colleague up once when she brought some Easter eggs to work, told her to check and make sure they were free range. She fell for it, and yes, I'm a git. Free range
that is
chocolate
the best.
eggs. Oh,
Now, like
brilliant.
the only difference between
It depends on what you're calling Yorkshire meat.
But
It's like the problem is, right, Lee Anderson. Like one day we're gonna have to explain the 30p Lee jokes, right? Because yeah. But the problem is Lee Anderson is, what's the technical term I'm looking for again?
Cunt?
Oh yeah, a prick. And like I would not put it past the fucker. I would not put it past the fucker, right, to decide that the meat grinder of the factory Dents North should be converted to an actual meat grinder.
Yorkshire Green is people.
No, Yorkshire Green is the Emmerdale Farm subtitles.
I mean, hey, it could be worse. Maybe Lee Anderson is just looking to reduce the price of sex work or something.
Do you know what's just popped into my head as you've said that between you two there?
Yeah.
Do you think in an era where they cannibalise Northerners, there'll be the Yorkshire tea, Lancashire tea debate?
I think we can agree to set it aside to make sure we still have tea when we're done with the Londoners.
But yeah, like Yorkshire flavour or Lancashire flavour.
All we have to
also,
do is
like-
when we send these supplies, make sure to send some of both if there's like multiple groups stationed there.
I am fully aware that I'm committing blasphemy by what I'm saying next, but I've just put myself off Lancashire hot pots for a month.
So to go to get back on track, and you know, I said that, you know, the machine is not only a set piece, it's also a ticking clock, which brings me to like one of the best montages I've seen put to film.
God.
Is the montage where, you know, well, you know, the lie's been revealed that, you know, Rocky can't actually fly, he just gets shot out of a cannon.
Oh yes, the let's build a plane montage.
Yes, where we have the simultaneous montage of the chickens, you know, trying to, you know, convert their hen houses into a plane, you know, superimposed with Mr. Tweedy trying to get the machine up and running again.
It's like, can I just point out, as an adult watching The Great Escape, if I'd have known that Chicken Run had been a homage to The Great Escape, I'd have been really disappointed that they didn't try and turn one of the barracks into a plane. Because, like, how do you go, let's build 3 tunnels and not go, let's build a plane, when you are literally mostly Air Force prisoners of war?
Yes.
And I can tell they're Air Force because they've all got upper class Twitter accents.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that translates into American, but generally the Air Force, especially the pilots, are kind of mummy and daddy and you know, great grandfather flew with the Wright brothers kind of guys.
Yeah.
Well,
As a general rule, that's not a thing, but that's the perception of them.
well, you know, there is the whole, you know, you can't fly a plane unless you're an officer, that I mentioned
Basically,
when we were, discussing Independence Day, but American military structure is a lot less aristocratic than Britain has a reputation for having their military structure being.
Yeah, that's because there are some British aristocratic families that are literally older than America. And we know this because they sent some of their second sons to America to help found it.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, but tell me again, when did it stop being a common practice where rich daddy's little rich boys could just pay for a commission?
After the Crimean War.
Yeah.
I think it was after Crimea, wasn't it? I'm looking at the chat because I'm fully expecting that if I'm
Jeff
wrong,
will-
Scummer is going to correct me. Because
Jeff will
that's his
know.
area of expertise.
Yeah, it sounds right to me, but Jeff will be able to tell us that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Churchill was Churchill a journalist in Crimea? Yeah. To be fair, right? I need you to understand that Colditz, like if Chicken Run is the children's homage to The Great Escape, Colditz is like, what if Laurel and Hardy tried to do The Great Escape? So I can absolutely believe that they tried to build a glider to get out of Colditz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although Colditz was at the top of a hill surrounded by walls, so a glider makes more sense there.
Yeah.
It's still there actually. I think it's a hotel now.
But anyways, like just how it's, shot going back and forth, reminds you that they're on the clock. They need to get this done before the machine is fixed.
Yeah, they're very much on the clock. And it's this thing, right, where it's set up very early that the farmer is sort of the bumbling, I'll say in American terminology, he's the thick hick, right?
Yeah. But
he's the bumbling idiot farmer who's not as smart as his stupidest animals.
Except he is much more in tune with the rhythms of the farm than his wife is.
Yeah, like it's this thing of he's a bumbling, like I feel like if I was talking about this now, he'd be more sort of East Anglian kind of farmer who, can't necessarily read and write very well, can't necessarily like use a computer and do those things, but absolutely knows exactly what time every one of his hens lays every day and exactly what his sheep need. And like he's the guy you call at 2:00 in the morning when your cow's trying to give birth and it's got 4 legs sticking out instead of 2.
Yeah.
Like he's that guy.
And we have an answer from Scummer.
Yeah, I thought we would. Thank you, Scummer.
Yeah.
So yeah,
1871.
after the Crimea. Yeah. So after the charge of the Light Brigade, but before Zulu. Yeah. Thank you for putting that in also cinematic terms for us.
Yeah.
Do appreciate it, Scummer. But this farmer, if we're going to put it into American parlance, which I tend to do for our American audience, it's Jeffersonian ideals, right?
Yeah.
It's that I don't need no book learning. I know how the farm runs. This is not a man who needs to read instruction manuals. This is a man who gets stuck in with a spanner and a screwdriver and figures it out.
Yeah.
And I even passed the comment, like, there's a bit in this movie where she hands him the instruction manual for building the machine. And I passed the comment of, well, you can tell this wasn't actually done by a Yorkshireman, because there's not a Yorkshireman alive who would check the instruction manuals first. The instruction manual, I need people who are not from Yorkshire to understand, the instruction manual is not your first port of call. The first thing you do when you get something is take it apart, figure out how it works, and put it back together. The instruction manual is if you forget how to put it back together so you can check. That's what that's for.
I would also clarify, it is not in fact for only if you can't work it out. It's for if you can't work it out and none of the locals can.
And none of your mates can either.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the only reason a Yorkshireman looks at an instruction manual is because he's sick of his wife yelling at him that he needs to fix this shit now. I need you to understand, like, this idea of... I'm quite proud of the fact that most vaguely mechanical things, to an extent, right? I can't pull apart an entire engine and rebuild it or anything. But for what you need in day-to-day life, give me a screwdriver, a spanner, and a hammer, and I can break or fix pretty much anything you want me to. You know, I'm reasonably handy. And that's a cultural thing as well. So to see him, it's almost, it feeds into the bullying of her giving him the instruction manual. Because it's almost like she's saying, and again, this is bound up a lot in ideas of masculinity. It's almost as if she's saying, you're not man enough to know how to do this without help. When she hands him the instruction manual, or at least that's a way it could be taken. Which is bullshit, right? Because, like, being a man doesn't mean you know the difference between a screwdriver and a spanner. Like, you have to be, what is it, fast as a horse and light as the breeze and strong as an ox. You have to know the difference between a screwdriver and a spanner. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
In fact, actually...
Well, see, no, you must be swift as a coursing river with all the force of a great typhoon.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there's a whole song in Mulan about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you have to be all those things, but nowhere in that song does it say you have to have a penis or know how to fix a leaky pipe.
Yeah.
Like, I can do that. But that doesn't make me a man. You know? And it's this thing of, but there is that, and again, I'm sure Chaos could agree with me, and I'm sure Scummer will in the chat as well, that there is this, especially amongst working class and rural people, there's this pride in, I don't need instructions.
Yeah.
Or instructions are, you know, instructions are for wussies, or instructions are not for quote-unquote real men.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, but instructions are there for a reason. And unless you're like me and your brain's wonky, therefore the way you put things from IKEA together is backwards and it still works, because you basically, like, mentally reverse engineer it and then somehow manage to put it together in a weird order, but it still works and there's no screws left over at the end, you should be looking at the instructions. That's what they're there for.
Or, you know, or if it takes you 3 hours to put together a helmet.
Yes, you should look under your foot for the instructions first. Yeah. So it's all bound up in it, right? And the fact that she gives him the instruction manual, and she doesn't respect his area of expertise, right? He understands the chickens, he understands the farm, his knowledge has been passed down father to son.
Yeah.
And where does she get her knowledge from? A glossy magazine, and she talks about advertising. And she has an instruction manual, and she's interested in automation.
Yeah.
Whereas he knows that, you know,
The
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it's very very much again in line with the stereotype of like the otherwise intelligent woman makes a misstep and the man tries to correct her and she corrects him back, and that causes the issue.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's
this
very much
guy was
it's that
telling her
tension
to
between
organize.
rural and urban as well.
Yeah.
It's that tension between progress and rural idealism.
And I'm going to mention the best version of the revolting joke ever put to screen is in this movie where, you know, the machine is up and running and, you know, Mr. Tweedy was sent to get all of the chickens.
Yeah.
And
it's basically last chance hurrah for the chickens.
And, you know, all the chickens pile on Mr. Tweedy. And he said, you know, he's calling for help. And he says, the chickens are revolting. And Mrs. Tweedy is just reading her magazine and says, finally, something we can agree on.
Yeah. Which, you know, it's up there with the French are revolting. Oh, it must be Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes. No matter how progressive England gets, it will always be okay to make jokes at the expense of the French.
I mean, they do it to us. Their jokes are probably better, to be fair.
Probably.
Like, plus they have better wine and cheese and garlic
and a connection to Europe.
Yeah, well, like, we're definitely punching up if we take the piss out of the French. Let's be clear here. They have unions.
Yeah.
And a culture of protesting. Can do without the side of racism, but the culture of protesting and unions, yeah. Can we import that, please? Maybe we'll import it when we buy back half of the airline carrier, or the plane carrier.
Well, either that or the way things are going, maybe Labour will continue to be Tory light and go ahead and restart the empire. We can steal those things first.
But yeah, no, it's like with the French, right? You have to, like, was it 2005 when Britain and France bought into a military aircraft carrier together? It was 2005 or something stupid. Like, it was in the middle of the global war on terror. And I remember the jokes about how can we possibly, I think it was Have I Got News for You that did the joke of, how can we buy an aircraft carrier with the French? What happens if the French invade? Like, how are we supposed to invade France when France owns half of our aircraft carrier? Like, those jokes were made. Because that's that's 800 years of British-French history right there. Or more so.
But anyways.
Yeah. So you've got this tension of rural versus automation. And she doesn't respect his skills, his understanding. And, like, he's not the sharpest spoon in the shed. He's not. Because the sharpest spoon in the shed has been stolen by the chickens and they're using it to burrow under the wire.
Yeah.
But he's smart in different ways, and in ways that this film doesn't necessarily show to best effect.
Yeah.
Like, that's a working farm, and he seems to be the only person actually doing any work on it. So he's keeping that running.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very, like, you've got to read into it, but he's a stereotypical farmer, but he's not necessarily shown in the best light in this movie, which is fair because he's the villain's sidekick.
Yeah.
But again, it is that tension of him and his expertise and his history, and him just wanting to be an egg farmer, and her, and automation and progress and capitalism and greed and quote unquote feminism. Like, there is that tension in this film.
she's, Mrs. Tweedy wants to be the one wearing the pants, but isn't afraid to sell the image of her feminine touch.
Yeah, and it's the hypocrisy, right? It's that I want to be in control. I want to be the man. I want to be the powerhouse behind this. But I also wanted to be treated as sweet and innocent and light and with a woman's touch. Panel punching bag.
Yeah. So, which I'm going to mention one of the other best visual gags of the movie is, when they're flying out of the
Compound.
The compound, and Mrs. Tweedy gets smacked into the billboard, and she looks up, and you see this sweet smiling face, and then she rips off the bit of the billboard that got stuck to her, and she's got an axe between her teeth, and she's ready to fucking murder everyone.
Yeah, that's it, right? And it's a very good visual shorthand cinematographic gag of this is the advertisement and this is the truth beneath it. And this is why I say, like, this film's very anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't pretend not to be. It's very anti-capitalist. And that's one of the main... Like, if this movie is not about workers being worked to death and chewed up and spat out by the system, like, this movie is as much that narrative as it is, we're going to remind you of the Holocaust because that will creep out the adults and the kids.
Yeah.
Side of the narrative.
We mentioned earlier about how it's like, how did they expect to make films like this and not fuck millennials up? But also, how did they expect to make films like this and then expect millennials to not be left wing?
Yeah, it's like you raised us on a diet of Chicken Run and, stand up against fascism and stand up against fascism, but a girl this time, and stand up against fascism, but with dragons, and stand up against fascism in the propaganda. And then you surprised when we grew up and decided to stand up against fascism.
Well, and say what you will about the problematic, aspects of Throat El Dorado, but
stand up against colonialism.
Yeah, stand up against colonialism and respect the indigenous people.
Yeah. And you raise us on that steady diet of just because your parents are royalty doesn't mean you have to marry the person they want you to, or you have to obey them, or you even have to stay living under the same roof as them.
Yeah.
Not even being royalty makes up for being a bad parent. And then you wonder why, as millennials, we grew up and looked at our parents and went, actually, can you, like, not?
Yeah.
It's an interesting one because we grew up as millennials with these, Independence Day and bring the world together to fight against the existential threat and, stand up against the evil, dark person of the week. And I mean of the week, who is trying to murder X minority of people and destroy them and don't let it start. And then you wonder why we kind of then grow up and do that in real life. And like this film again, it's stand up against oppression, want more than just the daily 9-to-5 grind, and then death at the end of it.
Yeah. And, the system is just designed to work you until you die.
Yeah, like, it's okay to dream, and your dreams can become a reality if you're willing to break the rules. Any wonder we all grew up and went, fuck your 9-to-5 jobs. We're all getting Etsy stores.
Yeah. And also,
speaking of Etsy stores, the knitting chicken. Can I just? I love it.
And I'm not surprised that, the people at Focus on the Family didn't really read much into it and gave it the glowing review that they did. But
when you do read into it, like these chickens, right? All hens by definition are female.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, they even make a point of pointing that out in the movie where Rocky promises the rats all the eggs he'll lay in a month.
Yeah. So again, and from a feminist perspective of pre-neo-pronouns era, when we didn't know what a transgender person was and didn't understand gender beyond girl, boy, tomboy, and I'm not going to repeat, because tomboy wasn't an insult for a girl. Well, it was a little bit, but it wasn't a slur. But the terms for feminine boys, they were pretty vicious. But yeah, like, girly boys and boyish girls were boys, and again, it's, understand the difference. And we've moved on. But the idea that these chickens, one's a scientist, one knits, one can use a hammer and thing, like, they're it's like if Barbie was chickens, right? There's every kind of quote unquote woman in that situation. Big women, skinny women, small women, women who lay 5 eggs a day, women who don't lay any eggs a day, the scientists, all these things.
Well, and also the fact that, so since you've mentioned Mac, we just have to take a few moments to just appreciate Mac.
Yes, let's appreciate Mac.
Because
again, in 2000, if you were a prepubescent girl, your 3 options for women who were scientists were Mac, like Barbie Doctor Kit, and like this was pre-Lilo and Stitch, where not girls were just princesses.
Yeah.
And Velma from Scooby-Doo. Those were your 3 options.
Well, and also Mac has some of the best lines of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Land of the free, home of the brave, Scotland.
That was one of my favorite things.
Land of the free, Scotland. No, America. And they're all looking at him like,
yeah.
And it is, I love the idea of like the Scottish scientist.
And we all know that it was basically just made for the Scotty references at the end of the movie.
Yes, but also, right, you have to understand, when Scottish scientists make something and it works, they're British.
Yeah.
Scotland has a strong, very strong, very, very long history of turning out some of the world's best engineers, inventors, scientists.
Yeah.
Like engineers especially. Like Industrial Revolution without Scotland was like not industrial or a revolution. And Scotland turns out like most of the stuff that goes into your car, most of the stuff that goes into the railway. Yeah. It's just the Scottish invented a lot. Okay, I imagine they have a lot of time on their hands up there with nothing but rain, iron brew, and mountains. Like, their national drink is not alcoholic. They get shit done.
And, like, and you have to appreciate that, all of the, like, though Mac is the center of a lot of jokes, none of the jokes are about her being smart. They're all about her being Scottish.
Yeah. They're like Scottish jokes, or they are jokes that are a reference to Star Trek. Like,
Yeah.
we've got a Klingon. Klingon.
Yeah.
That
I'm
is
giving
different as
her
an
all
adult.
she's got.
I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Yeah.
I can't do a Scottish accent. I
Yeah.
apologise. I apologise for that. Sometimes I
Yeah.
can't resist, but I know it's terrible. But this is the thing, right? That the characters are archetypes, and this movie is an homage to that. But it's also like the kind of progress that comes out of Scotland on a technical viewpoint. It
Well-
makes perfect sense to me that she's a Scottish hen.
Well, and I mean, even nowadays, you could say also on a social viewpoint.
Yeah. And it is very much the undercurrents there, especially as a British viewer watching this. It's like, if that works, we are proud of our British hero. If it doesn't, she's another Scottish prat.
Yeah.
AKA the Andy Murray effect, as Scummer has put in the chat.
Yeah.
Every time Andy Murray wins Wimbledon, he's British. Every time he loses, he's a Scottish prat. And I say that with all affection, but a lot of British people don't, because
Ginger is the real leader of the chickens. Fowler's just kind of coasting on RAF prestige.
Let's be clear here. Ginger is the sergeant. Fowler is the old officer.
Where we said the same thing.
Yeah. And weirdly, I'm the one who put it in military terms. But yeah, like the incompetent old officer who's only there because people respect his histories,
Yeah.
During the war.
Well,
and Uncle Albert.
And like even touching back into one of the best lines about Fowler, coming from Ginger, she's the one who gets him to fly it.
Yeah. Like, she's very much the your country needs you moment.
Yeah.
And she is like, you need that idealistic young character in a thing like this, right? Like, The Great Escape only works because Steve McQueen's character has this indomitable spirit that will not break, and it's his duty to keep trying to escape. And they all have that, but he becomes the center point of it.
So I'm not saying that Chicken Run is the best movie to stealthily introduce fundy kids to the left wing, but it's the best movie to stealthily introduce fundy kids to the left wing.
It's certainly up there. It is certainly up there. One day we will do Prince of Egypt, but I'll need a lot of alcohol for that.
Yes, we're doing it in January because January is going to be the rise of DreamWorks.
We can't do it in January.
Why?
Because it's dry January. And there's no way I'm doing that stream sober.
Wait, why is January dry?
Because December is Christmas and November is Thanksgiving. Although, to be fair, I'll be with you this year.
Yeah.
So, like, I might even be... Oh, my God, I'm going to spend Christmas sober?
Yeah, but you're going to spend Christmas with, people who love you.
Yeah, I'm going to spend Christmas with people who love me, but I'm also going to have to be sober during the bad TV. We're going to have to find some on Netflix to binge, Chaos. I need you to book a flight on the 28th of December because I can't do New Year's Eve sober.
I feel like I've just come back to something.
We're just discussing the fact that I'm going to be spending Christmas and I'm going to be in the US for Christmas and New Year's Eve, and I can do Christmas sober, but I'm not doing New Year's Eve sober. And we can't do the Rise of DreamWorks in January, because if I don't do New Year's Eve sober, then there'll be dry January, and I can't do DreamWorks Prince of Egypt sober.
Valid.
I mean, we could always move. Oh no, wait, we can't move Animation Month to February because we're doing Black History Month on February. So we might make it March then.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure
figure it out.
Right. Yeah, if we do it in March, we can make it coincide with Easter.
Yeah,
Passover.
Oh wow, so we'd be kind of working in reverse order then, because Easter's going to be my birthday.
Well, we could do it in April and do the last one of
Yeah.
We'll figure it out closer to time. Let me get over there first.
Yeah. Also, expect me to make Jesus coming out jokes in March, because this next year is one of the years in the 11-year cycle where Easter falls on the trans day of visibility.
That's a hell of a rock to roll away. Yeah, I'm here for those jokes.
Yeah. We are not going to be messing with Black History Month.
We're not messing with Black History Month. That stays.
Yeah.
So this film, because you've touched on it there, gender and sexuality in this film is very rigid. This is kind of what I was leading up to talking about Mac. But Mac is a chicken, right?
Yeah.
He's a hen, i.e. female, egg laying. Yeah. I don't know if chickens have. I don't want to think about if chickens have gender, because then that means that they're sentient, and then I feel bad about eating them. And I don't want to do that again.
Okay, so fun fact: there are examples of animals having a concept of gender, but from what I've seen, from what I've seen, it's mostly animals with a complex social group.
Yeah. And chickens are a lot of things, but they're not that complex.
Yeah, for instance, we have seen examples of lionesses taking the male role in a pride.
Yeah. So that can potentially be a thing. But what I'm getting at with Mac, and what this movie does really well, it does second wave feminism quite well. Because what it does is it says it doesn't matter that you were born to lay eggs and go into a pie, or you were born to stand on the rooftop and yell every morning. Because that seems to be all that roosters do in this movie.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't matter that that's what you were born to. You can be whatever you want within that. It shows us the scientist chicken and the little old lady who knits chicken, and the fat chicken and the skinny chicken, and the chickens are all different colors, and they have very distinctive styles in their dress and the way their feathers fall and things.
Yeah, I mean, at least for the main characters, then you get into the extras where they're kind of samey for budget reasons.
Yeah. So it is this thing of, and then you get Rocky, who has that character arc of going from being the shallow, strutting, not really caring about anything more than his own reputation and his own comfort, to growth with beyond that. You get the old, you get Fowler, who is like, there's a lot of toxic masculinity in Fowler's stories.
Yeah.
Like, when I was in the RAF and this, that, and the other. But stepping up when it's needed. Like,
Well,
and this idea.
And also it's, revealed that a lot of his toxic, masculinity, RAF days, war stories are just a blundering
Nonsense.
they're, well, not
Yeah.
blundering, but, they're a mask because, we were the mascots.
Yeah. And it's this thing that this movie does well, and a lot of other movies from this era do. Competence is not a gendered trait.
Yeah.
And that shows this real, like, the chickens are competent. Ginger's obviously the main character, so she's competent. To an extent, the villainess is competent. And, Rocky's competent. They're all competent in their own ways. And they're complementary.
Like you could say even Mr. Tweedy is competent. He's just not in a way that Mrs. Tweedy wants him to be.
Yeah, like square peg round hole.
Yeah, like Mr. Tweedy was Kronk before Kronk. Like
basically,
proto Kronk.
Proto Kronk. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's this thing of, look, it's the and this is what feminism was in the early 2000s, right? Feminism said it doesn't matter if you're male or female, or anything in between, or anything else that you are. We will judge you based on your merits and your interests and what you're capable at. And it doesn't, like, girls don't have to play with dolls and boys don't have to play with guns. It's okay for them not to do that.
Yeah.
And this, for a film in 2000, is really progressive in that point, because that idea was not really culturally embedded until much later in the decade.
Yeah.
Like, the idea that, and again, zeitgeist of an era, so I kind of have to mention it, but the idea that, if Harry Potter had come out in the 90s, in the early 90s, that would have been, oh, that's for boys.
Yeah.
That's a fantasy, that's for boys. But it was this massive thing. And it wasn't just for boys and for girls. It was for adults and kids. It was for everyone.
Everyone,
right?
unless you were
really
funding.
Broke that paradigm. Yeah. No, it broke that paradigm. Of,
like,
I remember being a kid and being told, no, girls don't read Captain Underpants. Girls don't read comic books. Girls don't read this, girls don't read that. Girls go over there and read, Anne Frank's diary or whatever the fuck I was reading at that age.
Yeah.
The idea of teachers asking boys to read Anne Frank's diary when I was in primary school. And the boys didn't read it, not because they didn't understand it, but because that's a girl book.
Or, boys don't read Jane Austen.
Yeah, boys don't read Pride and Prejudice. Boys don't read...
no matter how brilliant of a jewel thief she may have been.
Yeah. Girls stay in and do sewing and draw and do art, and boys go out and play football.
Yeah.
It was this... And gender's more than that, right? Gender's more than your interests or who you are. But those things are the trappings of gender.
Yeah, and...
like, there's a reason I can play 3 different woodwind instruments and 2 string instruments, but I can't kick a football or throw a ball properly. Because that was the education I got, right?
So, and to address this comment, so here there is, like, a very there's a very tight line that has to be walked when you're studying whether or not a certain non-human species has something equivalent to a human social construct, or when you're studying animal behavior, because you have to avoid anthropomorphizing their behaviors, while you also have to, report their behaviors in terms that make sense for humans.
Yeah.
So, like, whether animals do have a concept of gender or gender roles is very up in the air on species, especially species to species.
Yeah. But what I'm really trying to hammer home is this movie said, yeah, you can have your sex-based roles, because it is sex-based roles, right? It's
Yeah.
egg layers versus roosters,
Yeah.
hens versus roosters. But you do not have to be constrained by that. If you want to be the girly girl who does her lipstick and makeup and swoons when the pretty American lands, you can. You can also be the middle-aged woman who knits. You can also be the young, plucky girl who's going to save us all. You can also be the mad scientist. You can also be these other characters that are there. That's what this film is saying. And you don't, like, boys did not need to be told that in 2000. Boys didn't need to be told that they could be scientists, or they could be engineers, or they could like maths, or they could do, because that was normal for boys in that time.
Well, and
But
not only that, but the answer to freedom is when all of these people with their unique, capabilities and interests have to work together despite being assigned into sex roles.
yeah, and despite their differences.
Yeah.
Right, and their differences complement each other, and without the girly girl who likes to knit, and without the the mad scientist who likes numbers, and without the dreamer, and without any one of those characters, the whole plan falls apart. Right, it's an ensemble cast. That's the point. But the point is, from the ensemble cast in a movie that has to, by definition, because of where it's based, be very, very female.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking in the binary, because again, in 2000 we didn't know there wasn't one. You can there's then it pushes the boundaries of that binary a little bit, and it says, okay, but where would they have been without the mad scientist? Where would they have been without the nutty old officer? Where would they have been without the young plucky girl? Where would they have been, and all these things? And you see them coming together as a group,
And
because survival is more important than their individual differences.
And like, even in the in the montage where they're race, in the crate versus machine montage, you see Babs, the the knitter, you see where she shines, because when they're cutting the swaths of cloth for the wings, what you see the bigger egg layer, Bunty, just kind of cutting along, and then Babs zips by, still making a perfectly straight cut.
Yeah. And you see the difference. Like, you can be the, like, and the main egg layer provides as well. Like, she's laying eggs. That's the currency for how they're going to put this together. But it's also what's keeping everyone alive in the meantime, because it's covering where they're not laying eggs.
Yeah.
And like, and again, it's this birds of a feather, right? But it's also, it's this sense of, no matter who you, it's this is your post. Well, who do you want on your post-apocalypse team? You want a plucky leader who can't be beaten down. You want someone who can get anything, no matter how hard it is, as long as you don't ask questions. You want someone who can sew. You want someone who can cook. You want someone who can forage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, hi back.
Yep.
Hey up,
Hi,
Beck.
Beck.
And this is what it is. They are the ultimate apocalypse survival team, because again, going back to your theory of this being a Holocaust adjacent movie,
They
it's
are
an
in a
apocalypse.
yeah.
It's a genocide they're facing. Which again makes me very uncomfortable about the existence of KFC. Because it goes there. And like this is the thing, like we were talking about how kids' movies are dark.
Yeah.
Like, but this is the thing, this movie goes there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't just hint at it, it goes there.
But it still goes there in a way that's accessible to children.
Yeah. It's like no one's looking at Chicken Run and saying, I'm not showing my kid this because it's too traumatic. But, you know, if they made a film of Anne Frank's Diary, or if they said we're going to show... Like, Chicken Run's aimed at under 12s.
Yeah.
Like, objectively, right? It's a PG rated.
PG
so
rated.
It's aimed at sort of 7 to 12-year-olds, realistically. Possibly younger if the parents are watching it with them.
Well, realistically speaking, you know, unless you're Disney, when you're making an animated feature film,
It's a PG.
You aim for PG by default, because there's the idea that a G-rated film is just for very young kids, and parents don't take very young kids to the cinema, and cinema tickets are how movie success is, you know, measured.
It's like PG, and I think that's, you know, that's an important point when we talk about how some films are really quite dark.
Yeah.
But it goes there. But, you know, if you were to say to any given parent with an 8-year-old, I'm going to show your child Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to show your child The Boy in Striped Pajamas.
Yeah.
Let's go with Boy in Striped Pajamas because it's fictional, right?
Yeah.
You say that, I would hope anyone who, if you are out there and you own an 8-year-old, please don't show them The Boy in Striped Pajamas.
Or I'd like to make a more poignant comparison. Last September, we covered a school board losing its fucking mind that they were teaching mouse to 8th graders.
How old are 8th
middle
graders?
Schoolers?
Year 8.
So what, like,
middle.
Yeah.
Year 8. Okay, so like 12, 13.
Yeah, 12,
Okay.
13-year-olds.
Yeah, so again, like mouse, I would be wary of letting a 12, 13-year-old read mouse without that guidance and that understanding of, are you sufficient? Like, that's an individual basis, right?
Yeah.
That's not a let's ban it completely. Is your child sufficiently prepared for what they are about to read? And as a parent, it's your job to make them sufficiently prepared.
And I mean, having it as part of a curriculum will make sure they're sufficiently prepared. Tennessee School Board.
Yeah. So, but if you said to me, right, we're going to show your 8-year-old an animated version of Mouse, or we're going to show them Chicken Run.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem with them seeing Chicken Run. I would be pulling them out of that class for seeing Mouse at 8 years old. Because if I had a child and they were anything like me, that's a month of nightmares and depressive spiraling. Like, that's a conversation that needs to be had with the child before they see that. Not after it when it's too late to mitigate the damage, right? Oh, and like, if they said, oh, we're going to show them it just on a Friday afternoon as a movie to watch. You're not showing my kid that. But Chicken Run, yeah, sure, why not? It's a bit of fun. And that's, again, that's why I'm wary of, we've talked about how this film is inadvertently Holocaust adjacent. Yeah. But that's why I'm very, very wary of saying that this film is on any sort of level similar to things like Mouse that create animal characters anthropomorphized in order to teach children about the Holocaust. Because it's not, right? That's not what this is for. This is an action flick.
Yeah,
this is not a flick that's supposed to teach children about the horrors of the Holocaust.
And when I said that,
yeah, no, I'm not saying you meant that in that way.
no,
I'm
making it clear for the audience when I said earlier, talking up the fact that we were going to be doing Chicken Run without actually mentioning the fact that we were going to be doing Chicken Run. I was being hyperbolic in a sense where I said it's a Holocaust movie, but it can be read as at the very least Holocaust adjacent.
Yeah, like it has its scary moments, but it's not the kind of film that I'd want to sit down with a child and be like, look, this thing happened in history and you need to understand this, and that's what this film means, before showing it to a child. Whereas if you said to me, I'm going to show a child Schindler's List, or I'm going to show a child an animated version of Mouse, or anything like that, I'd be like, look, let me sit down with the child first and have a conversation about that, because that's not something I want a child being shown with no preparation.
Yeah.
Because that's how you get, like, your kids get very expensive therapy bills as adults.
Yeah.
And there's ways to do it, right? And I do appreciate that when I say that, like, I talk about, I was deeply, deeply traumatized by a lot of media around the World War II and the Holocaust at a young age. And the way it was presented to me was not done in a sensitive manner. And I do appreciate, as I say that I was older than some of the children murdered in the Holocaust when this happened.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying this without an eye on the fact that, why did I deserve a kinder introduction to it than the children who were killed in it? But like, the point of teaching kids history is not to traumatize them. The point of teaching kids history is not to frighten them. The point of teaching kids history is that they'll learn from it. You don't learn when you're shit scared. You don't learn when you're overriding like, of all the memories I have of history class in primary school, the one that sticks out is when the teacher made us, like, look at the list of all the reasons the Nazis would have killed us and made us tell the class how many of them we fell into. And, like, literally to the point where she put signs up on different parts of the walls in the classroom and made people go stand under those signs. And I didn't know which one to go to because I fell under about 6 of them. Like, that didn't teach me anything, right? That didn't teach me anything but to be terrified of the fact that other human beings would try and put me into boxes I wouldn't fit into any one of them, and it would still get me killed. That's all that taught me.
Yeah.
Right? That was not a good learning experience.
I tell you, demonstrations in history classes were always wild as fuck.
Yeah, they were always really wild. It's like, again, when I was 16, we went to a prisoner of war camp in the Czech Republic. And the teacher, we were looking in one of the cells after the tour guide had just told us that what they would do is put a lot of people in the cells and then lock the door until they all suffocated. Waited until about 5 of us were inside this tiny little cell and then shut the fucking door on us. I will point out, do you know who was in the room at that time? There was me, the half Jamaican, half Polish socialist, LGBT, learning, like, undiagnosed neurodivergent, a Jewish girl who was also a lesbian, a black girl. Like, if you were going to pick from the class that we were there, the absolute worst people to do that to. Like, you could not have picked better. And like we could actively hear the teacher laughing on the other side of the door when we were trying to get out, and we couldn't get out, and we couldn't move the door.
See, I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere about authenticity, but that's just horrific.
Yeah, no, that's what she said. Oh, it's about authenticity. I was like, no, it's not about authenticity, because what you just did is the same 5 people who stepped back when they told us they were going to walk us through the showers and had to reassure us that they really were just showers. You just locked in a fucking cell.
Yeah.
Like, you can hear my voice rising just at the memory of it. Like, that was not a learning experience for any of us. Right? We all knew exactly what horrors had gone on there. We didn't need it. We didn't need a first-hand experience.
Yeah.
And the teacher thought it was funny. And that was when we were 16. So, you know, it's this thing of there's ways of teaching kids. And this is why I like a lot of kids-based media that does this. Because we look at it as adults and it's dark, right? It's dark and it's traumatic. And it brings up memories of shit we'd rather not remember. But as kids, when you watch it, that mostly goes over your head.
Yeah.
It's only as an adult you look back on it and you realise what they did is they taught me the lessons without teaching me the trauma of it.
Yeah.
They taught me that you can stand up against the oppressor, that you work together, that everyone working together can figure a way out. Without teaching me that they really did put human beings in ovens. Because it makes perfect sense that if you're writing a story about an evil villain trying to kill chickens, that they'd put them in ovens.
Yeah.
Like, and it kind of almost sidesteps the really dark trauma of that we see as adults because we know the history. But as a 7-8-year-old, you're looking at that and you don't know that history.
Yeah.
You know something about Nazis and the Holocaust, and like you've probably heard of Anne Frank, and if you're me, you've read the book, but you don't necessarily fully grasp the scale of what it was, and you don't necessarily grasp the horrors of what's been insinuated here. And you're not supposed to, because you're 7 years old and you should be out playing on your bike, not
and then
having a deep existential crisis.
And then when you come back as an adult and rewatch it, a lot of those scenes hit really differently.
Yeah, like really differently. And it's the thing, right? Because how many of us, like realistically, would you let, like this is aimed at 10 to 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Think of the average 10-year-old. Would you let them watch The Great Escape? Like without any preparation or anything, would you be comfortable if you had a 10-year-old and they went to a sleepover and came home and said, "Oh, parent, we watched The Great Escape"?
I can't remember The Great Escape well enough to give an answer.
Well, when you talk about The Great Escape, where they're killed at the end, they're basically in a group and one of the Germans fires into the group and kills them all. And you see the bodies drop. And you see the gore of Steve McQueen's injuries when he gets caught up in the wire in the motorbike chase scene. And you see people coming off motorbikes, and you see a lot of very real injuries, and you see the poor man going blind and the fear of being left behind and everything else. Like, how am I a 10-year-old dealing with that?
Yeah.
Not unless they're a very weird 10-year-old like I was.
Yeah.
But in general, like, and again, I'm anti-censorship, but not when it comes to child media, because like kids need protection. That's what adults are for, right?
Well, when it comes to children or media directed at children, I don't like the term children's media, because all media should be, well, not all, because there's a pervasive attitude in the culture that media made for children is lesser than other media, is the reason why I don't like that term. Or, that media directed at children should only be directed at children.
Yeah. Or like there's nothing in Disney movies for adults. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Have you seen how many sex jokes make it past the Disney people?
Yeah, or like you know, basically labeling a form of media as just for children is where we get, you know, seduction of the innocent.
Yeah. It's also where we get things like, you know, comic books are for children. Okay, but no, they're not.
Yeah.
It's where we get things like, you know, again, we were talking earlier about Goodnight, Mr. Tom. That's a children's book in the UK. If you're over 13 years old or so, and you're reading Goodnight, Mr. Tom, you're either doing it for nostalgia or you're not a quote unquote adequately advanced reader.
Yeah.
Like, and you're playing
Or
catch up.
alternatively, you could be my fucking primary school and just not teach it us all, and I had to find out the book existed when I was 18.
Yeah. Like, those are the only three reasons you're not reading that book at like 8, 9 years old.
Yeah.
And I've got that book on my shelf and it stands up. It does stand up to reading.
Anyways, my point being is I don't really see media directed with children in mind as a censorship issue, as more of this is a trigger warning issue.
Yeah, but this is what I'm getting at. The reason I go back to Goodnight, Mr. Tom, there are some horrific moments in that book. The child, when he arrives in the countryside with Mr. Tom, is beaten black and blue. His mother packs a belt with him and writes to the person and says, I've packed the belt just in case he misbehaves. When he goes back to London to see his mother, she's given birth and the baby and she's living in squalor. And because the baby's crying and because he answers his mother back and because she doesn't like that he's been treated so well in the countryside, she ties him up in the basement with no food or water. Ooh. And leaves him there with the baby and goes off and commits suicide. And it's only because Mr. Tom from the countryside worries about not hearing from him, goes to find him in London and rescues him from that basement. And he has to be in hospital for several days because he's dehydrated and he's starved and the baby died in his arms. And he held that baby for who knows how many days dead.
Oh, wow.
It's a very, and that's a children's book.
Yeah, like, it is sufficiently dark.
It is incredibly dark. Like, his best friend in the countryside is a boy called Zach. There's very little information about Zach's family, but Zach dies because Zach goes back to visit his parents in London and gets caught up in the Blitz.
Now, I can't remember if this was something that was added to the BBC version or if it was in the original one, but I think Zach was Jewish. I think that was one detail we got about
Jewish. Zach was Jewish and died in the Blitz. Like, it's not like there's a bit in the book where it talks about the kind doctor who looks after Will, where he goes up to the farm where the London kids have been sent up to the farm to live to get away from the Blitz. And he has to go up and delouse all of them and treat ingrown toenails on all of them because they've been neglected so badly by their parents. Like, it's not a pleasant book to get through.
For the Americans in the audience, I think an adequate comparison would possibly be Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird.
Again, a book that is ostensibly aimed at children, but is not the kind of book you want your child checking out of the library before you've talked to them about it.
Yeah.
Or before their teacher has talked to them about it. Because, again, another piece of media that traumatized me as a child. I still won't go into basements in houses on my own unless there's a light down there. Yeah. I won't do it. The old houses in Britain, the basements are horrible. and there's always rats down there and all. Yeah.
Anyways.
But the point I'm making is you were saying, like, there's this difference between media aimed at children and this perception of media that is just for kids.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, right? It's the just that I take issue with in that statement.
Yeah.
It's not just for kids, it's for kids.
Yeah, it's a bit
The
like
studio
how
are not the ones who put the just in that sentence. The audience are. And like we don't assume kids can deal with a lot when they can. Like again, we were all traumatized by Disney, either by Bambi or The Lion King. I just said, "Good night, Mr. Tom." I saw your face as I was describing that book.
Yeah.
But again, I read that when I was like 7 or 8 years old for the first time.
Or like, you know, the freaky tunnel in Willy Wonka.
Yeah. It's like, again, in Goodnight, Mr. Tom, there's a bit where he meets a man who lives, like, in the book, he's like an ex-soldier or something, an injured soldier, who teaches him how to do art. But there's a bit in the book where he first meets the guy, and it's a bit like the old man from Home Alone, where you're not quite sure if he's good or not. And in the book, it's strongly like, looking back on it, because I've not read the book in years, but looking back on it, it's like, weird man who's interested in teaching a young boy, spending a lot of time alone with a young boy in the woods, like Uncle Tom called, you know?
Yeah.
And that insinuation's there as well in this book.
Or like
Michael Frayn's Spies, another one. Kids play at being spies in the Second World War. Turns out one of their fathers actually is, and one of the kids is a German family, a German refugee family, and he doesn't know he's a refugee.
Or, you know, to also bring it to, back to film, or, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. There's a generation of people who were traumatized by watching a shoe get melted.
Yeah.
Yes, that was such a fucking scene.
Yeah, like Gene Wilder legit still gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
what
just
we were talking about Watership Down.
Yeah.
I think one of the things about media in general is if you look at things produced around Roald Dahl's works, we all know they're fucked up.
Oh,
but we all take our kids to see them anyway.
Yeah, because like it's a rite of passage, right? Like the point of children's media is to teach children to cope with the world.
Yeah.
And so if the scariest thing a child has seen is Matilda in the Choky, or Scar letting go of Mufasa, or Bambi crying for his mother, like if that's the worst thing a child has ever seen, then they've been given a taste of the worst things human beings can go through. Without being completely traumatized by them.
Or, Edwina going to the chop.
Yeah. And it's like, children are not born with empathy. This is the thing, you got to learn empathy, right?
Yeah.
And how do you generally learn empathy? You learn empathy by being in a situation that you suddenly realize, oh shit, other people are in this situation as well. I have to help. I have to care.
Yeah.
Like if you meet people and they say, "Oh, what talking of hot button issue," but talking about things like, "Oh, being homeless," I guarantee, like, if you know someone who is kind to homeless people or kind to people with an addiction or anything else, I guarantee you that person has been through something that's conceptually similar to it,
or is in close proximity to someone who had.
Yeah, because it's familiar, and that's how they learn to empathize with that situation, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? That's how human beings work. We can't be born caring about everything. Imagine being 3 years old and worrying about climate change. Like, we can't all be Greta Thunberg. whatever her name is. I can't pronounce it.
You got pretty close.
But, you know, and kids have to learn empathy. Kids have to learn about death and destruction and the world in a way that's safe.
Yeah.
But also in a way that's not going, because you can take it too far, right? Like I said, when I talk about what I went through being taught about the Holocaust, I didn't learn anything from that. All I learned was that my teachers were assholes.
Yeah.
And so it becomes this thing of you've got to strike that balance. And again, Scum is saying that if your first experience of something horrific is something really horrific, even media or otherwise, that's gonna mess you up.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Mufasa was not my first experience of death. There's a reason I'm a bit, you know, I'm always talking about death and dying, folks. If you know me at all. But this is the point I'm making, that these films are dark, and they're dark to us as adults, right? Because we don't need those lessons. We've already learned those lessons. We do not need someone to stand in front of us and hammer home the point that human beings should not be put in ovens.
Yeah.
Because we know that. We've been taught that and we've learned that. And that's so ingrained in us, we've forgotten where we first learned that. Kids at 5, 6 years old, they're still learning about the world. They don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah.
So what do they know about the oven? Mummy puts a tray of chicken nuggets in and they come out and I get to eat. That's what a 5-year-old knows about an oven.
Yeah.
They don't understand other stuff. So it eases them into this development of empathy. And again, anthropomorphizing animals. The animals and the animation create barriers of familiarity, right? Barriers to that familiarity. And they, you know, I'm going to feel less empathy for a cartoon chicken than I am for a human being.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm going to feel less empathy for a cartoon human as I am for a real human. I'm going to feel even less for a cartoon chicken.
Yeah.
Even less again if it's in a comedy. But I'm still going to have that empathy for that character because, you know, that's a logical progression.
Yeah.
Without being as afraid as I would be if it was human beings in that situation.
Yeah.
Like, yes, seeing the lion get murdered traumatized me. It would have traumatized me a lot fucking more if they were human beings and it wasn't animated.
Yeah. Like I probably wouldn't, you know, take a kid to go watch The Northman.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll show the kid, you know, I'll show kids The Lion King. For those of you who aren't aware, The Northman is a film that was released a couple years back or last year, where it's not based on Hamlet. It's based on the saga, on the Icelandic saga that Hamlet was based on.
The Edda, or
because Icelandic, you know, sagas were a bunch of. It was based off the saga of Amleth. Which
I should have done that, but my Icelandic literature not great.
Yeah, which, you know, Shakespeare turned into Hamlet and Disney turned into The Lion King.
Yeah, and it's like Mage Grey Wolf has just put something in the chat that I'm going to ask you to put up, but I'm not going to read out loud just because trigger warning for it, folks. So you can choose whether to read it or not. Death of a child. But again, like, if you are a child, like, Lion King didn't really traumatize me that much.
Yeah.
Like, I talk about it as a cultural touchstone, but it didn't traumatize me that much. Because by the time I saw The Lion King, I'd already been to enough funerals that I knew what a funeral was.
Yeah.
You know, what traumatized me about The Lion King was not Mufasa dying. It was that fucking scene with the hyenas. And the green lighting and the goose stepping scene.
Yeah. Oh, be prepared.
Be prepared. That's what traumatized me about that.
The two kind of things from my childhood that were most like that would probably need to be Bambi, and then that one scene where Maul killed Qui-Gon in The Phantom Menace.
Oh, the end of the Duel of the Fates.
Yeah, I must have been maybe 3, 4 when I watched that, I think.
So yeah, like,
wow, you're young.
I mean, what traumatized me was things like The Fox and the Hound.
Yeah.
Bambi traumatized me not because I didn't know what death was, but because I was old enough when I saw Bambi that I was one of those kids in the situation of my mum is deathly sick, my mum can die at any time. So that hit way too close to home.
Yeah.
You know, and this is what kids' movies try and do. This is why they're animated. This is why they're about animals. This is why they have bright colors and fancy music. It's because they're trying to create enough distance that they don't traumatize the children watching them with the themes that they're presenting. And sometimes they manage that, and sometimes they get weirdo kids like me who are just uber sensitive to everything.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you cried at the Rainbow Fish, folks. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But these films do serve a purpose. And as much as they make us uncomfortable as adults, and as much as they make us look at them and go, why did adults let me watch that? Like, that wasn't appropriate. That was dark. That was traumatic. Yeah. But it wasn't traumatic to you at the time because you didn't have the context for it.
Yeah, there's a difference between holy shit, the movies I grew up with were dark, and growing up with those movies because you have a different frame of reference.
Yeah, it is like if you get to adulthood and the worst you can say is you saw a few dark movies as a kid, you've had a fairly idyllic childhood.
Yeah.
Right? And those movies were probably necessary to help you develop empathy and understanding as a human being. Because where else were you going to learn it?
And as was discussed in our coverage of the school board that removed mouse from their curriculum, a big tactic when it comes to cries for censorship is take out the darker and more potentially explicit elements of a piece of media and say, oh, it's all like this is why you should ban it.
Like, let's be clear here. Do any of us believe, like, and I'm aware that I'm stating an opinion here. I say that in case anyone decides to sue me, but I'm stating an opinion here. Like, a lot of billionaire children weren't shown Bambi as children, and it shows. Like, do you really think Elon Musk has ever seen Bambi?
I think that if we looked at the kind of the top 1%, if you looked at the films they watched growing up, I would be willing to bet they're different to most people's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that, right? Because when you're that level of privileged, you don't, like, it's assumed from the moment of birth that you do not require the same levels of empathy and understanding and, yeah, a little bit of trauma that normal people have. Like, why are you going to show a 4-year-old Bambi and then put a gun in his hand when he's 7 and say, right, go hunt deer? That's not going to work for you, is it? You know, that's the trail of progression, and I sincerely doubt you can't do both of those things. But But this is what these films for, and the point I'm making is, yes, they're dark to us as adults because we have the context, but these films are there to teach kids the lessons without the context, and hopefully without traumatizing them in the process too badly. Because we all joke about, oh, Bambi traumatized me, The Lion King traumatized me, The Travelers traumatized me, certain things upset me when I was a child. Matilda traumatized me, but it didn't really traumatize you. You had a couple of nights of nightmares, and maybe you developed a bit of, you developed an aversion to venison, or you developed an aversion to chicken for a little while, or, whatever happened. But you weren't deeply, deeply traumatized and scarred. Like, you're not an adult still having nightmares about Bambi and the Lion King.
Yeah.
And as a child, yes, those were the worst things that ever happened to you if you were lucky. And therefore, at the time, they felt traumatizing, but they weren't that traumatizing.
Yeah.
Like, they were traumatizing enough that you remember them and you remember the lesson of them. They weren't so traumatizing them that you're still in therapy for them.
Yeah.
And that's the line, right? Because I fully believe, as someone who doesn't have children and doesn't want them, but as someone who was a child in a kind of fucked up situation, the goal of parenthood, the goal of being a parent's goal should be not to be the reason their 18-year-old needs therapy.
Yeah.
Like, the world is fucked up enough. Don't be your child's first traumatic experience. And that again, that's what this film's doing, isn't it? It's saying to the kids, the world is traumatic, the world is dark, and the world is kind of gross.
But maybe you can make it better.
Yeah, you can make it better. There is hope. There are ways around it. You can grow up and be vegetarian if you want. You can grow up and, like, you watch this film and you fully understand why.
You can escape the working class exploitation hellhole and go have your own queer little commune.
Yeah. Go have your own little queer, your own little commune of. I mean, at what point does that become that he's got a what's the word I'm looking for when a man has like 10 living partners?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a harem, because that does.
There were 5 chicks in that box, and there's only 2 roosters in the field.
Because that constitutes something of a hierarchy, and we all know that.
Oh yeah, Ginger's not.
Yeah, that it. I wouldn't really say harem because that's a patriarchal term, and we all know that the hens are running the house.
Yeah, like the hens are running things, and oh no, you know what it is? The roosters run things, but they've got the hens' permission to say so.
Yeah. It feels a lot more. Yeah. So yeah, a big polyamorous commune.
Yeah. Which, cool, great, right? But you don't get to show us that when we're 6 and then tell us we're not allowed to do that when we're 26.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they expect us to read things, especially to go with conservative Christians a sec. They expect us to read biblical things and then not want us to, look at things that are like the Bible.
Yeah, it's like, again, channel punching bag, but that was the zeitgeist of the generation this movie was released into.
Yeah.
And it's this movie, okay, like when you talk about that series, they thought we were going to learn witchcraft from it, from the book that couldn't even get the Latin for the spells right. We were going to learn witchcraft. And what we actually learned was to stand up to fascism and not to accept authority without question. And no one deserves to live in a closet.
Arguably, that's a lot more dangerous to evangelical Christianity.
Yeah, exactly. But then you can't show us those things. Like, 2000, what other movies came out in 2000? Gladiator. Another one of, when you are deeply oppressed, you can stand up and say no and fight back and win.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else was out around this time?
Let's see.
Like Princess Bride was by then a classic.
Yeah.
The Blues Brothers. I was raised on the Blues Brothers. I'm sorry. If you expected me to watch the Blues Brothers and not learn that it's okay to drive across the bridge the Nazis are on and run them into the water, you shouldn't have shown me that movie.
Yeah. I hate Illinois Nazis.
Yeah? Like, you should, yeah. You should not have expected me to learn anything from that movie, but Illinois Nazis bad. And it's this weird thing of, as adults, I think we forget what we remember, and that sounds really weird, and it's not as deep as it sounds. I
Well,
promise.
yeah.
It's just
So
me
yeah,
struggling for words.
we got, in the same year, we got The Road to El Dorado. We got X-Men. We got...
Was that X-Men First Class? That wasn't X-Men First Class. X-Men First Class was later.
No, yeah, we got Bryan Singer's X-Men.
Oh, okay.
Where, we are the future, Charles, not them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The Railway Children was the year 2000. Again, another one of, you don't have to like put up with things like that. Like this was
Brother, Where Art Thou was 2000.
Yeah. And like, you can't expect me as a kid to watch films like that and not take away the lesson that I should stand up and be counted.
Yeah.
And that was the decade of the Harry Potter series, the Twilight series, although probably less said about that the better. But Hunger Games, like, what teenager is watching the Hunger Games and taking the lesson, oh, pretty fiery dress, and not, when fascists are trying to murder you, you do not go quietly.
Yeah.
And because I said it in that scansion, who the fuck is watching Independence Day and thinking that you don't fight when the aliens come to kill you?
Yeah, when the people who are going to ravage the earth into unusability and move on show up to strip your home of all of its natural resources.
Yeah. Like, how are we watching Independence Day where a Jew, a Christian, and an atheist stood together and prayed for success of the world-saving plan? And when, a Jew, an atheist, a Muslim, and a Christian stood together, and who's looking at that and going, actually, no, we don't like those ones because they're the wrong color of brown for us and they face the wrong way when they pray. Like, you're not learning that lesson from that movie because that's not what that movie's for. And again, and as adults, we forget as well, like, movies do have a moral element to them. Like, the Jaws effect has been debunked, but it's such a compelling argument because it makes sense, right? If you see something you believe it frightens you, you respond accordingly. Like, the Jaws effect was not that shark attacks, like, people were more afraid of shark attacks. The Jaws effect was that we started killing sharks in massive numbers because we're fucking gross as a species.
Yeah.
It's those things of media, and morality is not a one-to-one thing. You cannot show someone something on screen and expect them to take the exact morality that you want them to. Like, this is not Aesop. Like, even Aesop's fables, like, there's alternate ways of reading those.
Yeah.
and children's Grimm's fairy tales are dark as fuck.
Yeah.
And we've seen when adults take that darkness and turn it into horror movies, right?
Yeah.
Because
And
again,
I mean, we've also seen when adults take the darkness and wash it all away.
yeah, we've seen Disney.
Yeah.
But it's also like there's this, kids need those lessons.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna give a kid those lessons without traumatizing them, the best way to do it is through media.
Yeah.
You're still going to traumatize them a little bit, but that's because the lessons themselves are traumatic, because the world is traumatic.
Yeah.
Like,
And I
if
mean,
human beings as a species didn't die.
Well, let's see. I was 9 when Chicken Run came out, and I think we saw it in theaters. Or we saw it like pretty much right when it hit. We rented it when it hit Blockbuster, and I watched Chicken Run, and it didn't traumatize me at all. I didn't, all the dark themes that we've been discussing
went straight over my head.
Went straight over my head. It didn't, I didn't realize that Chicken Run was, could be considered Holocaust adjacent until I mentioned it to Noodle.
Yeah. And I didn't believe it at first until rewatching it and going, actually, no, you've got a point there. Like, it might not be deliberate. It might just be in the implications, and it might be the fact that as a pair of queers, we are very, very, very sensitive to media that hints at genocide, because gestures at the world.
And, it could also be, an accidental byproduct of making a movie that largely lifts from The Great Escape, about chickens that don't want to be murdered,
which is itself Holocaust adjacent. Yeah. Like, because at the end of the day, the prisoner of war genre, especially for the Second World War, is Holocaust adjacent.
Yeah.
But it's not the Holocaust genre, which is a totally separate genre. The way you can tell, folks, if the movie wasn't directed by Steven Spielberg, it's not a Holocaust movie. I tease, but yeah, and it is healthy for kids to get scared, because they learn what they're afraid of, what they're not afraid of, and they learn to cope with that fear in a safe environment.
Like, or I mean, heck, Muppet Treasure Island open, after the opening song, that is also dark as fuck. But, because it literally ends with people being shot because dead men tell no tales. It has the Billy Bones sequence and they have him die on screen, and and then we have the two Muppets call out the fact that, holy shit, someone died on screen in a kids movie.
Yeah. Like, because it's that thing, we assume certain things are for kids and certain things are not. But, and again, like, this comment about Jim Henson's really interesting, because you can be scared as a kid, and it traumatize you. But, like, I'm sure we all remember, like, maybe you don't remember because it was so long ago, but we've all seen young kids at the park scared to go down the slide, or at the play area scared to go down the slide, and their parents encouraging them.
Yeah.
Because it's part of growing up to feel fear and to learn what's a normal fear, what's not a normal fear, what you need to overcome, and when and how to trust your instinct of what you're afraid of.
Yeah.
And that's a perfectly normal part of growing up, and it's a required survival skill. Like, if human beings were scared of slides as adults, that would be a problem.
Well, also, think about how much of our of our, entertainment is built off getting an adrenaline rush.
Yeah. And it's like, look, if we didn't teach kids from a young age how to manage their fear, how to cope with it, and how to overcome it in certain situations, our ancient ancestors would have never left the caves.
Yeah.
Right? It's a survival thing at that point. Like, if you are in an open area and there's a lion there, you need to understand how to, like, as a human being, you've got a lizard brain there going, shit, lion.
Yeah.
And you need to know how to cope with that.
I'll just say that the jump scares in Jaws did provide actually a quite useful part of my childhood in that respect.
I still don't like jump scares, but I understand that they're not actually dangerous.
Yeah.
It's like, what bothers me about jump scares is I'm not frightened of jump scares. The reason I jump at jump scares is because they are a sensory overload, because they usually come with a really loud noise.
Yeah.
You normally end up laughing afterwards as well with a lot of them.
Yeah, because it's that nervous. But this is like, we need to teach kids, and again, it's all part of that teaching kids things in a way that's safe and age appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why the censors do so well, right? Because they take the things I'm saying, which are all very reasonable things to say, of I wouldn't want my 8-year-old watching a movie where men get shot at point blank range, and you see that on screen, and I wouldn't want my 8-year-old watching that without understanding what it is first. But you can see how those people could take that same message and go, I just don't want any 8-year-old watching it, it's not right. Like,
like the little thing I put in the comments earlier, which is, it was slightly tongue in cheek, but there's a bit of there's an element of truth in what I said about like how like most kids' first experience as death was Mufasa, and mine was RoboCop with Clarence Boddicker shooting Murphy. It was not entirely true, but it is a thing where I shall we say, sneakily watched something I wasn't supposed to watch as a kid, and
it's like,
got in trouble for it later when my parents found out I'd watched that. But
yeah, but to give you a prime example, and again, because it's a Holocaust media, so possible trigger warning. When I was about 13, they showed us Schindler's List in school. Which is perfectly normal in Britain, right? 13 years, yes, I know Schindler's List is an 18, but they showed us Schindler's List because we were studying the Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
Perfectly normal in British schools. It was Catholic schools, so obviously, like, we'd been raised on images of gore and people being tortured. It wasn't new to us.
The first proper R mmovie that I would have seen if I hadn't been like horrifically stricken by a terrible head flu and spent most of it soaking in the bath and then going immediately to sleep was The Passion of the Christ.
Yeah.
But still haven't seen The Passion of the Christ because the only time,
it's honestly not worth the effort.
Yeah, the only night that we watched it, like I said, I had a horrific head flu and basically just soaked and then went straight to sleep.
Just go to a Catholic mass and look up while the priest is talking. You get the same effect.
Can I move a motion that we never cover that film on this show?
I honestly think we should, but from a highly critical point of view.
Okay, okay. If you want to cover it, fine. I might sit that one out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, no, that's fair enough.
Now that we mentioned The Passion of the Christ, once again, ironically, Mel Gibson voices a major character in the film.
Yeah, but the point I'm making about Schindler's List is when I was 13, these kids didn't have any context of death.
Yeah.
We'd only been taught very vague notions of the Holocaust in class. I went to a very deeply Catholic primary school, so I had that traumatic experience as a kid. Yeah. And most of my classmates didn't go to the same primary school as me. Most of them were middle-class girls. Like, they'd never... The kind of suffering I'd been through at 13 years old was not the kind of suffering they'd been through. Like, I'd buried my grandmother and my great aunt, and I'd seen people die of Alzheimer's, and my classmates, like, their gerbil had died.
Yeah.
And that's not me having a dig. That's just me. Look, it's different kind of lifestyles and different histories, right?
Yeah.
So when I watched Schindler's List and I saw the final scene of him having a mental breakdown because he couldn't save the lives of other human beings, I started to cry because I understood what that scene meant. And I had seen people have mental breakdowns at funerals and things. But in the classroom, like, the giggling got so loud the teacher had to pause the film. Had to pause the film at the laughter. And it wasn't awkward laughter, it was laughter, and explain what was going on in the scene because none of them got it.
Yeah.
And some of them were like having a go at me for crying and calling me a baby for crying because they didn't understand what they were looking at.
And you did.
And I did. And like, that's why until as an adult, I didn't get on with people my age because people my age, we just didn't have the same experiences.
Yeah.
You know, I had a lot of traumatic experiences very young, and that shaped who I turned out to be. But that also taught me that sensitivity and that empathy probably way too young.
But here's the irony of this: they'd probably watch a movie like the one we're covering today, and those kids would have cried.
Yeah.
It would have connected with them on that level.
But they'd never seen, because the movie didn't lay it out for them in the way Disney movies do and kids movies do.
Yeah.
And didn't sort of gently direct them to a response. They didn't have one. And therefore they filled it with, it's laughter, it's stupid, look at him, he's being silly, what you know, they don't understand, so they find it funny.
Yeah.
And look, if you've ever seen someone having a mental breakdown, if you don't understand what's happening and you've got no audio input, or the audio input you've got is garbled and lacking context, you might find it funny. But if you do understand, then it's very, very troubling. You know?
Yeah. True.
It's those kids didn't have that context, and that's what I'm saying. Like, kids' films give kids the context without, like, hopefully there are no kids who are going to be sat at 13 years old sobbing their heart out over Schindler's List in a classroom. But if there are, hopefully the kind of kids' movies that their peers saw are the kind of movies that taught them enough empathy that they're not there start laughing at them.
Yeah.
Like, and it's difficult to strike that balance. And again, I'm not a parent, so I take any advice I give with a pinch of salt. You know, I didn't push one out, so.
And I mean, there is also the issue of when you're talking about what media is appropriate for children. There is a problem of bringing your own biases into the recommendation.
Again, it is, and that's not just a problem right wingers have got. Like I said it, like, I would not want a young child watching Chicken Run. But is that because I'm deeply traumatized by the things I know about the Holocaust and my own family history and my own background? Or is it because the film is genuinely inappropriate for a young child?
Yeah. Or, like, for instance, in the other direction, you know, the Blues Brothers was rated R.
Yeah, but the Blues Brothers was rated R for swearing, drinking, drugs, and that weird explosion at the YMCA.
Yeah, I mean, arguably it was also made before PG-13 was a thing.
But again, like, the Blues Brothers, as an example, I saw the Blues Brothers very young. I saw Blues Brothers and Bruce Lee Game of Death uncut around the same age, about 5-6-year-old, for the first time. Right? And neither of those traumatized me. I still love both of those movies. Even though Game of Death is gory as fuck. But do you know what I remember about Game of Death? The one thing I remembered about Game of Death as a kid, the nunchucks. That's what I remember about Game of Death.
It's like this old argument I've heard a number of times, and I mean, maybe it's worth covering in more detail on a future episode or something. But like scenes about sexuality or whatever, blocked and made 18 movies or whatever if there's too much sex or something.
Well,
But the point is there seems to be a different standard towards violence, and you can argue that what is a more harmful thing to be exposed to at a young age, like gratuitous violence or gratuitous sex.
It's that thing about the old joke about music, isn't it? About we don't want children listening to rap music about guns, drugs, and killing, but we're happy to let them listen to the top 40 from every year ever. That's all about heartbreak, and we think that's not going to do something to them.
Or, like, heck, just last week, we talked about how the Full Monty probably isn't explicit enough in its nudity to really rate it R.
No. But the Full Monty as well, I would rate that an R, not because it's explicit sexually.
Yeah.
But because the themes in it, unless you are an adult who's worked in a unionized environment and understands the themes of being laid off and being broke and everything else,
yeah,
you're not going to grasp it.
I mean, I will have it like the film we watched last week, Full Monty. I first watched that I was still a kid, I wasn't at school, but I was early college. I didn't get a lot of the humor.
Right.
And in repeat viewings, I do get a lot of the humor.
And this is the thing we say about kids' films, right? Like, you watch it as a kid, that shit went over your head. You go back and you're like, holy shit, my parents let me watch this.
Yeah, like for instance, the infamous fingerprints joke in an episode of the Animaniacs.
Yeah,
they're doing a detective gag, and Yakko says to check for prints. Dot comes in with the artist formerly known as Prince and says, "I got him." And then he says, "No, fingerprints." And she looks at Prince and says, "I don't think so," and tosses him aside.
Yeah. Like like some of the jokes from Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
Are really adult.
Oh, crikey, yes.
Yeah, like.
Oh, good Lord, yes.
Just very, very, like, deeply sexual. And there is a line, like, when it comes to sexual content with kids, because, like, yeah, kids, like, I don't think sexual content should be entirely banned in kids' media. But,
especially.
And I don't think they should differentiate between straight and not straight.
Yeah.
But what I do think is there's a difference between, let's put in this kid's media these adults holding hands and kissing and being a loving couple, and let's show kids full on nudity and normalize that to them to make them easy targets for groomers.
Yeah.
Like, there's a line there. There's a line somewhere there that's required, right?
I think it's always that. The reason I brought it up was more that whole thing of, on balance, what is worse to expose children to? It's sexual violence.
The standing joke was, it used to be, wasn't it? We're more comfortable seeing men holding guns than men holding hands.
Yeah, and I think we've strayed very far from the topic.
I definitely think we have, and I think maybe this could be a future discussion. I think.
Definitely. But the point is, this movie, and again, this movie does really well. It does. This movie, the one criticism I have of this movie is that it makes the mistake that The Great Escape didn't make and fought against making. Like, there's a piece of trivia about the movie The Great Escape where, when it was first proposed as a movie, apparently the Hollywood executives didn't want to green light it because there was no love story. And every movie needs a love story, right?
Yeah.
Until they argued and they were like, it's 10 men in a prisoner of war camp. what love story?
Yeah. You want to do? Yeah, you want to do a love story? Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I don't even think there was a. I mean, apart from extras, I don't actually think there was a female character in The Great Escape.
I don't think there was.
You know,
I'm not one I can remember. I think there might have been like a cook or something, but
yeah.
Nothing.
I think there might have been one or two female extras at the train station, but then again, you were telling this story about a bunch of guys locked in the prison.
Yeah.
They're not going to have women in no. It was there wouldn't have been women around in that situation, so it wasn't.
Yeah, unless they're advocating for a significantly more progressive love story.
Yeah.
And not in that era. I know we know about Steve McQueen now, but that would have destroyed his career when this movie came out if that was known.
Yeah.
So for the record, those who don't know, folks, every big Hollywood macho man was bi in that era. Just Steve McQueen, Marlon Brando, just all of them. Like the FBI had files on all of them.
Well, Rock Hudson's the classic one that for years nobody knew he was gay.
Yeah. And again, it's like, how did people look at Marlon Brando and think he was straight? But again,
but I think we should be starting to wrap this up.
Yeah, but again, the point is we've done a lot of talking, but not about the movie this week.
Yeah.
But what this movie's done is allowed us to discuss media in the context of children's media, which I think is so important, especially because we're coming up to Banned Book Month.
Yes.
I think this is a really good primer for Banned Book Month for next month.
Yeah.
So I think it was worth having the conversation because what's suitable for children is not necessarily suitable for adults and vice versa. But that's not a decision. Like, that's a decision that should be made on an individual level.
And I mean, just because a movie is suitable for children doesn't mean an adult can't go back to it and find things of value to take from it.
Yeah, and also just because it's just because something's suitable for children or teenagers doesn't mean it's suitable for all children and all teenagers. But also doesn't mean that just because it's not suitable for your teenager, it's not suitable for any teenager.
Yeah.
Nuance, right? It like nuance is the enemy of censorship because nuance makes censorship a moot point.
Yeah. So, final thought. I'm almost kind of disappointed in myself that we went this long and I haven't made a breast pun yet.
I mean, the movie had that well covered for you.
Yeah.
Just the puns in this movie.
Yeah.
My final thought is, initially I was planning on chicken tonight, but I don't think I'm going to eat it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've definitely gone off chicken for a little while.
I've had 4 hours of listening to this. So I don't know if I can have anything chicken related for a couple of weeks.
I was part of, like, I watched the film earlier, Jeff, and I've just realised my dad's just ordered takeaway.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
My usual order is chicken pizza.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, they've always said humans taste like chicken.
Yeah.
I thought they said humans taste like pork.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah. But
I did make the joke earlier in the thing that they could have done alpaca run, but I got this theory that all alpacas are stoners, so they wouldn't have escaped.
Yeah. So, to wrap this all up.
Although I think I figured out a premise for the second one.
But
because it's so dark and introducing kids to dark things, like
to complete the poultry puns and put a wrap on this. Basically, Chicken Run is like I was gonna say surprisingly dark, but not so surprisingly dark when you watch it as an adult, and it is well worth a rewatch. And I'm actually kind of glad that Focus on the Family gave it the, once again within context, not so surprisingly glowing review that it did.
Well, this is the thing about this movie. Everything we've said about this movie has to be couched in the movie's context. That's why we spent an hour and a half at the start of this stream talking about what life was like in 2000s and gender and sex and everything. And we don't do that. I know I take over a lot of the streams and do that early on, but I don't do that because I like the sound of my own voice, folks. I do that because
I'd never noticed you do that before, Noodle, honestly.
But I do it because you have to understand media in its context. As with anything, right? If I tell you about a historic event, I don't tell you what happened before it or what happened after it or what country it was in.
Yeah.
Or when it was. That is like a king. Okay, look, if I say to you, a queen died, well, which queen, when, where, how?
Yeah.
Am I talking about the one who dropped dead last year, or am I talking about one from the 1200s?
Or Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, exactly. Right, and those things are like movies tell us truths. They don't tell us facts.
Yeah.
And everyone's truth is different, but truth can only exist in its context.
Yeah.
And, you know, everyone is entitled to their own truth, but not their own facts.
Yeah.
And there is this...
Go on.
There is this thing of... And this film really shows that, because for me, my truth of this movie is dark. It borderlines on a Holocaust movie. It's more traumatic to me as an adult than it was as a child. But it's still a movie I loved as a child. Someone, you know, let's say someone from the global south to whom Hitler was not a massive part of their country's history. The Holocaust was not a massive part of their country's history. Is going to watch this movie and be like, it's about chickens.
Yeah.
Both of those things are true, right? And if you've never seen The Great Escape, this movie is not a Great Escape movie. It's just a kid's caper movie. And those are all true, but they're not all facts.
I think it makes... I feel this movie... I know it's been a long time. I wasn't in... Obviously, hands up, I wasn't in the pre-screen here, so I haven't watched this movie for a long time. It made references to The Great Escape, which I think... And it was kind of sold on that basis as being like The Great Escape with chickens. That was kind of how like the movie trailers were kind of sold it, but that really wasn't what this movie was about. It wasn't The Great Escape with chickens at all.
No, it wasn't. It was about a lot more than that. And this is, you know, it's one of those things where, for me, my final thought of this movie is very, very... Okay, it's not the deepest movie. It's not a movie... Like, there's a reason we've spent 4 hours talking about politics and media and censorship and not about the movie.
Yeah.
Right? It's because the movie, there's not a lot of... And again, I'm about to say this, and pun not intended, but also I'm going to say it anyway. There's not a lot of meat on the bones.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, certainly not in the kitchen of that farming wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of meat going on, but it's a great... It's thought-provoking in a different way, and it can send you down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
The chicken movie sends you down a rabbit hole. Next week we do Watership Down, and that's going to send you that's going to send you running around like a headless chicken, right?
I did. Can I just say, I did put it in the comments earlier, but I actually know Watership Down in real life very well. I've walked on it a number of times, so it's not too far from my house. So.
No, we're not doing Watership Down next week.
No, actually, so to move into
Anna, you want to talk about movies that traumatized me as a kid, you know?
yeah,
the animated version of Watership Down. Holy shit!
To move into shilling, because I was gifted so wonderfully that segue on a platter.
Yeah.
Like
I dressed it and like I put meat into veg. I put veg on there and gravy as well. But if you want it in a pie, you'll have to bake that yourself. Don't forget to preheat the oven.
Yeah. So, Media Musings will be going on hiatus for the rest of the month to create a season break. Because, as I said at the beginning, this is the end of the current season of Media Musings, and we will be beginning it again, or beginning the next season in September with Lit Month.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, there will still be streams going on this channel. They just won't be technically Media Musings. Coming this Friday is Noodle and I are going to try out a concept that was mentioned in earlier streams, where we compare Catholicism and Pentecostalism.
Bring alcohol, folks. You're gonna need it, and I don't mean Eucharistic wine. And
also next Sunday, instead of doing a Media Musings, I will be, getting a panel together, and we will be looking at various plugged-in articles, because once again, I'm the only atheist YouTuber there that knows that Focus on the Family has a censorship guide.
If I'm up and about, Ring, I'll join.
Yeah. I do have another. I do have a couple other ideas, but that I will run by various people for panels, because I work best when I have people to bounce off of. But largely, as far as Media Musings goes, it's still or as far as the channel goes, there will still be content, and it will usually be around this time slot, because that's how my schedule works. Basically, if I'm streaming, it'll be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Yep. Also, folks, if you have any suggestions for our next season, or any suggestions of anything you want to see during the break, there's a link to our card in the description. If you click the link, scroll to the bottom, you will see a submission box. Put it in there, and it will send Ring an email with your idea.
Yeah. Though one idea that I do have that touches in on what we've more recently been discussing is I was playing with the idea of doing it as a video, but I think it might work better as a panel stream, where we'll be discussing the idea of the moral theory of literary value, where media is only really valuable if it teaches some kind of aspect of life, or if you can get some kind of moral out of it. And
how long are you expecting that stream to go on for?
And there is a video by a certain female YouTuber that I will probably be using as a jumping off point for the discussion. Despite what happens when most people tend to address her content.
Why? You'll have to tell me off stream who it is, because I don't know who you're talking about. But yeah, that's not going to be a long stream, because the answer is no. Media has value outside of being your moralistic teacher.
Yeah. I mean, I may just turn it into a response stream, because the only reason I was gonna do the using it as a jumping off point and putting it in the description thing is because it's a bit too long for my editor program to take clips out of, but it is short enough that it could be done as a response stream. Because it's about a half hour long, and that's where my editor program kind of puts the limit at.
Yeah. Just a quick question I spotted in the chat I have answered, but I will answer here as
Yeah.
well. The field on the submission asks for the name you want to be called by, your pronouns, and your email. The reason I've done it that way, if you want us to credit you on stream with the idea for the stream, we want to get your pronouns right, we want to get your name right. That's all it's for.
Yeah.
You don't have to put anything in that box if you don't want to, but it's there if you do, and you know you feel the need to. If you don't put anything in the pronouns box, we are going to default to they them.
Yeah, because we're a bunch of bleeding heart lefties that believe, bleeding heart lefty snowflakes that believe in things like respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so that's all that's
three...
for. And the tick box. Can I tell you what? I tell you what I'm gonna do. As we're wrapping up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Can I share my screen for a moment, please, Ring?
Yeah,
And
sure.
what I will do is just explain this submission box, because I fully appreciate that it's quite it's a bit odd. Submit suggestions. You click there. You come down. Scroll down a bit more. My apologies. Clearly, my programming didn't work the way I wanted it to there. So this is what you see. Episode suggestion box, your name and screen name, whichever you prefer, your pronouns, your episode idea, and then there's a tick box. I accept the above information will be used to credit me if my idea is used. You do not have to click that box to submit. But if you do click that box, what that means is we will use your name, your details to credit you on script. That's all that's for. And if you don't tick that box, we're not going to give your name when we say that someone suggested this stream. That's what that's for. And then you just submit and it sends us an email. So yeah. I tried to make it as GDPR friendly as possible, as privacy friendly as possible, but also as respectful as possible to our audience. So
The pronoun spot is for the email. Okay. The email section is asking for pronouns.
Give it 10 minutes after this stream, and I'm going to go back to that. And what you will see is 3 boxes there. We'll say name, pronouns, and email. And then we'll say episode idea as well. I don't know why. Look, I was tired when I did this. Okay, I'm doing my best.
So basically, we're saying it's a programming issue, and it will be.
It's a coding issue. Give me like 20 minutes, and I'll fix it. Hang on. What? Wait. No, not that.
But
I will fix it. Give me like 20 minutes.
Also, since Noodle is preoccupied, the link for their thesis survey is still in the description. Please, if you have relatives in the, if you're from the UK and you have relatives who died of COVID, please consider filling out. If you don't, please share it around so that those who fit the criteria might be, know about it and could possibly figure it out or, fill it out. It'll be going towards helping with their professional development and, finding ways to suggest healthy coping mechanisms for grief. Was that pitch fairly accurate, Noodle?
That pitch was better than I could do it. It's my thesis. Also, I have fixed the card. So if you go now, you should have an option to put your pronouns in and an option to put your email in if you refresh the page.
Yeah. Chaos, do you have anything to shill?
No, but good luck to me, because chicken pizza.
I hashtag sorry not sorry.
Hashtag it got ordered without checking with me first because I almost always have chicken.
Poor Edwina.
Yeah. I don't want to be a pie.
I wonder if she'd have minded being, you know.
Well, yeah, because there isn't gravy on that pie. It's marinara.
Yeah.
Scummer, anything to show?
Well, yes, okay. Obviously, I have my channel, Godless Scummer. Please go and check that out, subscribe to that. I might be following up on the whole Atheist Alliance International story at some point soon, because there's been some more developments. But I want to give, more than important, I want to give you guys a little teaser about something, because I'm putting a project together in my head right now that I'm thinking of starting a new channel altogether, which is going to be more like history-based content. As you guys know, I love my history, and though I'm not a historian, as as Noodle knows, I like getting into my. So I'm not quite entirely sure what this thing's going to be yet, but might be reacting to some like historical content on YouTube.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit of me visiting some historical sites or so on. I'm trying to formulate this project in my mind right now, and
all I'll say is best of luck.
Yeah.
HistoryTube is pretty saturated.
HistoryTube is pretty saturated, but I'm doing it more for
but
me.
HistoryTube is pretty saturated with old academics wearing Harrison tweed and overpronouncing their vowels. We want to hear from Scummer.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I want to, but as I say, I do YouTube for me. Okay, I'm not trying to become some big social media influencer. If it listen, if a project takes off, great, but I do it. You do it for the love of it, and I'm not entirely certain what this thing's going to be yet. I'm still trying to work ideas in. I think it's going to be a mixture of stuff. Me maybe doing some vlogs, visiting historical sites, mixed in maybe reacting to some of the history tube stuff on YouTube, and maybe just adding a little bit here and there. I'll just say go back to our media musing streams of us reacting to Atunshai's Checkmate Lincolnites for an idea of what I'm thinking about here.
I mean, that was fun to do.
Yeah.
But we didn't add anything new. Let's be honest, we didn't add anything new to that discussion. I just said things 10 minutes before they appeared in the video because I saw where the video was going. Then you all laughed at me for preempting where the video was going.
Yeah.
That was our contribution to that discussion.
It was the odd little thing. Now I've done one on my channel. I've done a reaction.
I was largely, pulling it apart from it's discussing it as a piece of media. I'm thinking more of something along the lines of, be whatever it's going to be. I'm going to be plain up front. I'm not a historian. I'm going to add to things where I can, and if I learn something new, that's the whole point. I want to add a little more context where I know things and learn things new as I go. That is what the basic idea of this will be. And, I haven't figured out quite the details yet, but there's a little teaser. I don't know what this thing's going to be yet, but I am. That's a project in the pipelines, and watch out for it. Yeah. So, taglines, Scummer?
I don't want to be a pie. I don't like gravy.
Yes.
Have a day, and remember, communication is key.
Noodle.
Take care, be good, and if you can't be good, remember, use your noodle.
And remember, the purpose of a storyteller is not to tell you how to think, but to give you questions to think on. Too often, we forget that.